calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 try to take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No.
Offender in custody. Temporary.
Thanks. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. Come first number. 10-4.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 try to take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. 10-5, sir.
33. I'm going to supervisor know that I have a case report with this arrest attached.
1830.
Yeah, possible Sheridan and Wilson.
Come first number. 10-4.
Miss where, Stella? 37 Fulton. I'm sorry, wait a copy. Okay, try that one more time, copy. 847 Fulton. 847 Fulton, okay.
Domestic battery at 1815 North Winchester, 18.5 North Winchester. Danny indicated that caller and the owner of the vehicle
Alrighty, good evening. Get that music turned down, and I want to say thank you all for hopping in. Thank you, Audrey, for hopping up. And I want to say again, a special happy birthday again to Micah Miller. Birthday today. Unfortunately, she passed last year. I've been doing a lot of advocating and fighting, and we still got more to do. But it is her birthday today, so I just wanted to drop in a little message. We'll be having some Micah stuff coming up. The stuff I'm going to be talking about, I did not want to taint her birthday with it, and that's why we are not talking about it today, but instead we are doing a double show of Idaho 4. And there's a reason that I have this up here. So let me flip this around. And is it, I don't know if I can get rid of that grid view or not. Oh, shoot. That wasn't good. Okay, hold on. Gotta go full screen on that. Okay, there we go. Get rid of that stuff. So I wanted to have this as our background as we start the show. We found out earlier that according to the court documents from today, now it says instead of partially covered from Maddie, this says right here a knife sheath that was recovered tucked under the covers next to Madison. That's a little confusing to me too. There's been a lot of confusing documents coming out here recently, huh? Stuff that's been sealed that's becoming unsealed. And so that's why I started off with this. That's why I started off with this. How do you see that from the doorway? If you're Brett Payne and you're writing down your Exhibit A, remember, it's the living document. It's supposed to be the document that has the most updated information from everybody that's involved in the best investigation. How do you see the knife sheath from the doorway?
This is a good thought, and I really think Ann Taylor, she probably will ask the same question. I didn't think of that. That's awesome.
Well, because it was already a little suspicious already, because if it was halfway under Maddie, like it's always been reported, and then Maddie was laying down on the bed, and then you had Kaylee up against the corner of the wall, and I'll kind of how do I get out of there? We go. So if we go to that room. What the heck? Well, it won't let you walk anymore. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. All right, so if we're going to go in this room, that's the bathroom. Okay. So if the bed is right here, actually, hold on. Let me just pull up a photo from back then. Okay. Let me just pull up these. All right. So you got the bed right here. Here's the doorway. Let me put us over here. All right. So you got the bed right here. You got the doorway. Maddie's laying here. Kaylee is up against the corner of the wall with her legs over Maddie. Maddie's right here. Kaylee's up against the corner with her legs over Maddie. If the sheath. I don't know how it's over here. It should be over here. And if there's a cover, tucked under the covers. Tucked under the covers. So here's another view of it, right? So if you got Maddie laying here, now we're in the room. We're not looking from the doorway, okay? You got Maddie laying here. You got Kaylee up against the corner, legs over Maddie. How do you see it all? How do you see it? And then here's another photo. Now see, you see how it changes the image when it comes to the other view? It puts this circle down here, but actually it's up here, okay? So if she's laying down, Kaylee's sideways, legs over. So you already have Maddie's body, then you have Kaylee's body, and then her legs are laying over Maddie's body. How do you see what's behind? And then when it comes to this view, how can you see the knife sheath from the doorway if you're Brett Payne? Because I'm right here, I'm going to zoom it in. I don't understand how you see the knife sheath.
You can't.
And that's the living document. That's the document that everybody used. So if it was different, then why wouldn't something be said? And also, why is Brett Payne signing that document like he's the one that put all the information in there, and it was based on his expertise, what he saw? If that's a living document, there's going to be a bunch of people that have put information in there. And so why are we even getting a living document if it's supposed to be Brett Payne? Because when you look at the bottom of this, statement of Brett Payne, it says, the below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer with the County of Latah, State of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation to be that. And then all of a sudden, this is a living document. So when it comes to all this information, his expertise, it tells you right here. Duly appointed and qualified. Trained and qualified. Being assisted. Well, then how, when it comes to Sergeant Blaker and I responded. Forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. You know who that forensic team was? DNA dirty gloves and the dirty contaminated. I mean, it is. It is.
Yeah.
And it was a messy scene. When it comes to the 911 call, that's another thing. It was a messy scene. How did nobody mention blood? How come we didn't even see anything about homicide until there was a couple chunks that were missing? We did. Excuse me. We discussed that today, Audrey. With the 911 call, there's a chunk in the middle that's missing. And this is what doesn't make sense about that either, because when you do go to this 911 call, right, and you're not seeing anything about 20 years old, you do see some redactions. You got a little bit of redaction going on here. And you don't see anybody saying anything about an age, and then all of a sudden, this right here, the one that I copy about a 20-year-old female. What? Where'd that come from? Who said 20 years old? Nobody's. And the redactions were the phone number, but the redactions are there. So it's like, hey, we're showing the redactions, but then again, how are they showing you the redactions? Because how do you get, number one, how do you get to the 20-year-old female unconscious? Where do you get 20 years old from? They don't start talking age until after. And then also, when you have, is she breathing? Hello, is she breathing? One of you got to talk to them. Like one of you got to talk to them. Hello? Okay. And then they're asking for a defibrillator. Dispatch is asking. Then you hear, this is where I think they saw what had took place right here. I think these were screams. I think this was somebody realizing what was going on, because you have somebody asking if she's breathing. How old? Then all of a sudden, you got this. The dot is the waiting. Just like when they're, hey, what's the address? And then all this trying to get the information and dot. It means somebody was like, oh, I'm not supposed to say anything. Right here. Okay, maybe. You got, no, we saw, dot. No, we saw. Just pauses in that 911 call. Right here, I think somebody, and I think it is Bethany, walked in and really just screamed. Didn't know what to say. Right? That's why you have dispatch. They're in a pause, waiting. And then they're like, the patient is not conscious, not breathing. Kind of like, hello? And then she's talking about a defibrillator, because obviously she doesn't know what's being said unintelligible. That's just a bunch of screaming. Oh shit! Like, don't even know, screaming because you're walking in, you're seeing something, and then all of a sudden, you have an officer walking up. So it's like somebody saw something, they heard it over the dispatch, they're walking back out, the officer's walking up, then they're able to ask about a defibrillator to the officer right here. But are you talking to the officer? Yes. And then all of a sudden, I think we have a homicide. So you know how in your show earlier there was a discussion about the smell, right? And
Yeah.
if somebody could and it was a good question because of the events that took place that morning. Somebody asked, could they have like fallen asleep and become accustomed to that smell? And there's no way. It's so, if anything, it's going to wake you up from a dead sleep, if anything. And I don't know how you
That's
could.
what I'm saying. Because our bodies we physically react to that smell. I guess it's like instinctual that to let our brains know something is wrong, and so like there's just we can't help it. Our bodies will react to that smell. So yeah, I think they would have woken up.
Yeah, it's a natural. It's a natural habit for your. It's not like when I was around that smell. It's not like my brain was saying, "Don't breathe that shit in." It was my lungs doing
Yeah,
the shit for me. You know what I'm saying? Like it was my lungs
yeah, yeah.
decision because I was trying to breathe. Did I want to smell it? No, it's the most wretched smell you could ever smell. You'll never forget it. But I know damn well there was times where I could not breathe because my lungs were like, uh-uh. Kind of like a monoxide. You're you're trying to breathe, but your lungs
Wow.
are like, no, no, bro, it's not happening. And so it just depends on how close you get. So when you're seeing this right here, you got an officer just walking up. So you got A walking out of the house. A is saying, "Do you have a defibrillator?" You got Q3. Yes. She's saying, "Are you talking to the officer?" She says, "Yes." Then all of a sudden it goes to, "I'm going to let you talk to him. Thank you. Bye." Moscow 46 out. And then all of a sudden, I think we have a homicide. So when it comes to the smell and how I tell people that it's a smell like you can't describe, it's a smell. As soon as you smell it, you know what the hell took place because of the chemicals in your organs mixing with your blood. It's a different smell than blood, and it's a completely different smell, period. And when you smell it, you're like, oh yeah, you already know based off of that smell what the mixture is. And so that's why I think we're seeing right here where officer shows up just walking up. Hey, yes, I got a defibrillator. And then walking up and then just walks up to the door. Doesn't even go in. Just walks up to the door. That smell hits him because it's gonna hit him. And then he's, yeah, I think we got a homicide. Because as soon as you smell that smell, you know. And if you smelled it before, uh, you know. And I think that officer, as soon as he walked up the door, smelled that, was like, yeah, I think we got a homicide because you didn't. That it's like none other. So I wanted to bring that up when it comes to the smell and help people understand. No, it is. It's that noticeable, and when you smell those chemicals, it's yeah. But what do you think about this whole 20-year thing? Because see up here, this is where it's first mentioned from Hugh Dispatch, but it wasn't mentioned anywhere up here because it's all about getting the address and it's all about getting the phone number. How do they
Well,
get
I'm
to
not
20?
surprised that something is missing in here because the first indicator for me was when the operator said, I've already talked to 4 people, like stop passing the phone around. That was the first indicator it's not all here. And then now that you're pointing out that, like the 20-year-old, that comes out of nowhere. There's no context for it. So then that sounds like there's another missing piece there as well.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds like things are missing.
And so this is why would if and this is why I wanted to show everybody the redacted parts, because if you're going to show redacted, we know it's redacted. Why would you not have redacted and on top of that not have the associated letter and number, or have that redacted too if you're really trying to hide A3, because if you got A1 and you got A2 and there's obviously a A3, why is there no A3 showing with redaction? Or why is there no redaction on the A3, which I don't know why you would even redact A3, but why are you trying to hide the fact that somebody else was part of this 911 call without redactions? That's shady to me.
Yeah.
Do you know what we're talking?
Yeah.
What's up, Kathy? Do you know what we're
Hey.
talking about?
Hi, Kathy.
Hi,
Is this a big
Good to
question?
see you,
And
Kathy.
I need a damn answer for that one. That's most shadiest crap ever. Because if you're gonna redact it, well then add the redactions. Don't just not include it. Where do you see A3
Well, my first thought
anywhere?
is it could be a police officer that was a part of the call or on scene, right? Who else would they
somebody would have had to tell.
censor?
Somebody would have had to tell her 20. Even if it was an officer showing up on the scene, somebody would have had to say she's 20. She's 20.
Yeah.
How did they find out that she was 20 years old when they were getting the phone number, they were getting the address, and then the people on the phone were trying to add a little bit. No, we saw. Oh, they saw. Like somebody, and then you got the conflict right there of somebody wanting to tell the truth and the other person wanting to suppress it. And this is what made me wonder. So like when I break this down, right? But I want to ask this question to Kathy real quick. There's an A3 in this, okay? There's an A3 in this. And the reason there's an A3 is because when you go down here, you see phone number, you see address, that's it. You get to here and dispatch the one I copy about a 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. Where'd you get 20-year-old female?
I know.
Because nobody said 20-year-old female, and I don't see any A3s. I see an A, an A1, and then later on you see the A2. But the thing is how did they get to 20 years old when they were just getting the phone number and the address, and they didn't even give dispatch her name?
Good point. And it reminds me also, CJ, of when they released the texts between DM and BF. At a certain point, it's like BF just out of nowhere says, "Oh, Xana was dressed in black." It's how did that sort of come? There had to have been some texting before that
Yeah, and
that
that's
they
fine.
haven't included.
That's
So
normal. That's
right,
normal, though.
right. But it was like, where did it come in? why are you saying Zan is in black? It had to have been in response to DM saying, "Oh, the guy I saw was in black or clad in black," if she ever used that word. So this, yeah, it's there seems to
But
be
this is
something that's
different.
missing here.
This is way different. Because just like this, there's stuff that was cut off towards the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But but this is what it's fine if they cut out from the beginning and they cut out from the bottom, and if they're trying to not let you know about something that's in the middle, and this is what I'm trying to hammer here. If they're trying to redact information that is in the middle, this is what they do. They add the black squares.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why is the person that told them that she's 20 not even showing up on this piece of paper? Because they should, if anything, because if it's information for them not to have included, well, then it should have some black squares.
Right.
And it should
Yeah.
have a corresponding number and letter. And that to me is way different. That's beyond redaction. That is suspicious to me. Like, because there should be black squares over all of it. I mean, shit, there should be lines of black squares if that's what you want to do. But at least you have to include the other part. And when somebody finds out she's 20 without even anybody mentioning the name, because how do you find out somebody's 20 years old on dispatch if you don't know Zaina Kernodle? Oh, okay, yeah, she's a 20-year-old female. Because you can look her up. How are you looking her up? You can't. The only information that you've gotten is 1122 King Road. You've gotten the information about pretty much at 4 a.m. Where's Zaina Kernodle? Where's Zaina Kernodle? She was drunk. Zaina Kernodle. That was there a redaction there? No, there's not. She. That's what was stated in the call. Not Zaina Kernodle was drunk last night. No, it was she was drunk last night.
Mm-hmm.
This is about a phone number. And then before that, what's the address? It's the intro of the 911 call. So to me, there's somebody that said the name, her name. There's somebody that said she was 20. That's not showing up. And why is it not showing up? Because it should show up with some black squares on it if it's not going to show up on this report. They deliberately took out information that was supposed to be there, information that if they didn't want on there should have been redacted, and they didn't even do that. Something is very suspicious right here, and a whole bunch of people need to raise a lot of alarm bells with that, because if you're expecting these people to give a document that is redacted, then it should have all the redactions too, even if it's a bunch of squares. How can they do that? I don't even see how you're allowed to do that in a court system. How? I don't understand. Is Yoli in chat? Because I would love to ask her this question. I know she's busy tonight. If she's in chat, I would love to know, how does a prosecution or a defense hand over a document that's supposed to have redactions in the middle of what they're giving you? It's almost like if you're looking at this text message exchange, and they want to not include, here, let's just take the part where Xana was wearing all black. Let's not even redact it. Let's just not include it. How is that allowed?
Oh no.
It doesn't make sense.
What also doesn't make sense is Why was this withheld for so long? Why didn't they release this like every other law enforcement agency does? You know, a high profile case, first thing they do is they release the 911 call. What was the purpose for keeping this under seal for 2.25 years? Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I think it's because they didn't want us sleuthers to break down the voice comparisons and find out that this was actually Dylan and Bethany talking on speakerphone to 911.
Mm.
And somebody was trying to tell the truth and the other person was trying to dismiss it. No, I live to the right, when it really was one of the roommates. I really feel like after me and Rosie were digging through this 911 this morning,
Mm-hmm.
I really feel, because you got to put all this into perspective, that we didn't know what took place for 8 hours. Now we know.
Right.
Now we know. Bethany told Dylan, "Get down here right now," and then they all, then they laid down there and quote fell asleep. But I don't know how you fall asleep with that smell, so that's BS. They didn't call 911. The fact that Hunter had to say, "Hey, you guys got to call 911," to me, that's, we can't say nothing.
You know
We
what
can't say nothing.
You know what confuses me about this, and we've had a couple of days now to or a day and to digest this, is how does he not see Ethan? This call was only about Zana, correct?
The door was shut and Ethan was in the room.
Well,
we brought it up last night.
Yeah, but the door was shut, right? Isn't he on the bed?
I don't know if he's on the
door,
bed.
right? He opens the door. How does he not see? He's saying here, someone's saying here, she's not breathing. To know she's not breathing,
Okay.
you would have to walk. You couldn't determine that, because I'm thinking, well, maybe like once he turned and he made that turn onto the second floor, like Brett Payne said in the affidavit of probable cause, as I approached the room with Corbin Smith, his escort, you could see Zana on the floor. So she's visible from the hallway,
Yeah.
right? If you're looking
not
down.
in the room. Not
Right.
in the room. Yeah.
So you're saying she wasn't in the room?
Yeah, last night I was telling you I heard from the beginning that she was halfway in the bathroom and he was in the room and his body was jamming the door closed.
But that's not what the affidavit of probable cause says. The affidavit of probable cause says she was in the room, in the bedroom, not in the hallway.
I was just telling you what I heard, not what I read.
Right. But I mean, that doesn't reconcile with, I mean, there's a lot of things that really confuse me now, more than I was ever confused. And I was confused a lot about the affidavit of probable cause for, 2 years. But it's like, how do you just see Zana unless she's not in the room?
Because there's that half wall, and when you're talking about that smell, I could see people coming up,
Right.
only making it so far, and then here, let me, and I got to say something real quick to Samantha Joy here, real quick, and then we'll get back to this. But prayers to you. Do me a favor, email me if you want to email me information, and I can see if there's something that I can do to help. Let me know, please, Samantha, and prayers for you and your family.
Yeah, prayers.
Oh, yes.
So if there's something I can do to help, please email me, okay? And keep us updated.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go back to this tour here. Okay, so right here.
Right.
Okay. So I see her feet being right here. Okay. So if you're coming up the stairs and you're only making it so far and you're turning your head right here just to look
Right.
around, that's how you only see her feet. That's how you
If
don't see Ethan.
so, she's not in the room, as the affidavit of probable cause says.
She could be so he could say it however he wants to. She could literally be in the bedroom, in the hallway, and in the bathroom at the same time.
Mm.
You could pick and choose. Just like I asked, how does he see the knife sheath if it's tucked under the sheets? How does he see the knife sheath from the doorway?
Visible from the doorway.
This is why I brought up this map, because I wanted to show everybody with this photo right here. How do you see the knife sheath from the doorway? Like, how do you see that if it's tucked underneath the sheets now? Because we just found out right here that a knife sheath that was recovered tucked under the covers. So when we go back to the photo and we're looking at the placement, and you're looking at this right here, and if the knife sheath is right here, she's laying right here, it's tucked under the covers, and then Kaylee's up against the corner with her legs laying over Maddie, which would be right here. How do you see the sheath from the doorway? But when you're looking at that, this right here, this is, where'd that picture go? Right here. This is what I've been. So you got people coming in. Whoops. Is it not showing it? Oh. So you got people coming in the doorway. Most of them probably are only making it up this far anyway because of the smell. The smell would be coming down from the stairs and then exiting from these rooms right here. And that smell would, plus with the trail, you had Kathy Mabbitt saying it was messy.
Right.
So there's going to be that trail too. You're going to have all of the mixture right there, and it's going to be hidden in this central location right here. So people are going to be walking up these stairs, probably only look either over this way or turn their head around this part as their feet are still stepped right here. So she could be partly in the bedroom, her body, because I heard bathroom, little, somewhat in the bathroom, but really when you're looking at this floor plan, you can literally be in all three at the same time: the hallway, the bathroom, and the bedroom. But when it comes to somebody that was in that bedroom, they were on the bed.
Right.
So you're not going to see the bed from this, because if I take you to the bedroom, oops, that's downstairs. Hold on. If I take you to, wait a minute, that's not it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So this is the room. So if I take you to the bedroom, the bed was right here.
Right.
Okay. You're hidden from the doorway.
Completely hidden from the doorway.
That's where the drip came from too, is right here. So you're hidden from the doorway. So if she's laying right here, you're only going to see her, and you probably don't even see him, because if you're coming back to this view, you see, you wouldn't even really see the bed.
Do you guys recall? I mean, just the speculation, the wild theories. Do you recall hearing that HJ had to pry the door open because Ethan was behind and he attempted CPR? It boggles the brain why they didn't release this transcript in late 2022. before even the arrest happened?
Well, when it comes to this 911 call, we only know. Now, we know that Hunter was the one that told them to call. But right here, we know that Hunter was telling them to call, but
Right.
we don't know before that, and also we don't know where he's at when dispatch is talking to the two females. He could
Well,
be in there
but
when the officer shows up.
she says also, I feel like I'm speaking to four people here.
Yeah,
So they must have all been, at some point or another jumping into the conversation. And quite frankly, also it'd be interesting to know who was the officer that showed up. Because you see someone saying here it's an unaliving. How does he know that dance unless the smell tells him
yeah,
that?
yeah. That's what I was saying a minute ago when it came to the smell, because somebody. I was in Audrey's live earlier, and somebody had asked, could somebody fall asleep with that smell and their nose get accustomed to it? And I'm like, no.
Mm-hmm.
And I use this as an example of how an officer would show up to a scene, come up to the door, because as you're seeing it take place, hey, do you have a defibrillator? Yes, I do. As they're walking up the dirt
Right.
parking lot, and then the dispatch is that okay, you're talking to the yes, and then all of a sudden he goes, I think we have a homicide, because I really didn't even go in the doorway, just went up to the door, the smell hit your nose, and you're like, yeah, I think, because it's a
Well,
certain smell
and I have
for
to
that
say
for
that,
that injury, right?
yeah, because there's no way he went upstairs. He's walking. It would be number one, it'd be curious to know which one of the officers is this. I think I know who it is just based on Howard Bloom's early, some of his early airmail, one of his
Yeah,
articles, he had said that it was Gunderson who walked in and the smell was hit him as soon as he walked in. I
yep,
mean, literally from the parking lot, stepping his foot in the front door,
yep,
he smelled it, he said. And therefore,
yep.
I'm wondering if this is him.
It's gotta be. It's got to be, because when somebody had asked me that question earlier this morning, and even made some comments overnight, and I was kind of answering some stuff, and I'm like, no, it is, because people want to think that it's just blood, well,
Right.
blood smells like this, and I'm like, listen, it's not, it's different, because it's a different cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
It's a completely different cocktail, and it does hit your nose. I was talking um this morning about how your lungs don't even, it's not even a decision in your brain not to breathe it at a certain point, because when you get so close, it's just right there, and your lungs are rejecting you breathing that in. That's how toxic it is. Your lungs reject it, not you. It's not a
Right.
choice. And so, yeah,
Yeah,
when you're
well,
walking up,
when
go ahead.
doctors are learning how to be doctors, and the first time that they come in contact with death and those types of smells, some of them, of course, aren't used to it yet. So they might throw up, and they
Right.
Yeah,
have
yeah, you
there's
will.
immediate reaction to that. So I'm also curious to see if there's any of that type of thing at the scene as well, because that would be an authentic reaction.
Oh yeah, I guarantee it.
I'm not even convinced they were like, this is just, I'm not even convinced that the roommates were even there. I don't know. It's just
I don't
like
know. To me,
there should
it,
be some physical evidence of them in there.
Well,
Go ahead.
especially Dylan running through the
Yeah.
mess, because Dylan had to run through the mess.
but if the unalivings happen between 4 and 4 4:25 approximately, according to the PCA, or 4 to 4:30 approximately, according to one of Bill Thompson's filings from back in 2023, I believe, when we were still in Latah County. The smell wouldn't have had a chance to manifest at that point, right? You're talking just, minutes when she's, heading out of her. I'm getting the impression that she ran out of her room pretty quickly. But, we were led to believe that she opened the door 3 times and then she just locked herself in the room and was there for a while. No, it seems like this happened right away. So the smell wouldn't start manifesting that quickly, CJ, correct? It would have to
No,
be later on as
no,
the morning wore on.
no, that smell fills up real quick.
Hmm.
I mean, you're talking in instant chemicals that normally in a normal process of the body and those, the normal process of the body. It's a long time before those chemicals naturally make it out because you have a lot of other chemicals that aren't I mean, they're not good for you, but they're not like toxic level. It takes some time for those to get out, but when you're talking about the injuries that are produced and the mixture of those chemicals in
Mm.
a normal process, it's more than a metallic smell. Like blood is one smell, but I'm telling you, you guys want to know what the color is of it? It's like Mountain Dew, okay?
Yeah. Ooh.
So I'm giving you an idea. Like it's way more than red stuff. It looks like Mountain Dew, okay? With a little bit brighter, actually. These are these chemicals that are in your organs that are used. They're toxic. That's why you're gonna wear a mask. That's why you have to have the proper equipment on when you're even around that because of how toxic it is. And so when you have those injuries, the chemicals in those organs are coming out. They're coming out. So you may have a lot of red stuff, but you also got those chemicals that are coming out, and then they're also not only coming out, but they're also mixing with the organs, and those chemicals in those organs eat all of the organs inside your body too. It's like exposing acid to everything. Just think of what acid would do to your body if you punctured something and all of a sudden it just spread into you would have multiple organ failure. Like you're gone. Your
Yeah.
blood, your organs, everything. And so that smell, when you're talking about those injuries, you're going to smell it. You're going to smell it.
Can we go back to where the where the officer is saying, I believe we have an unaliving.
Yeah, it's right here already.
Okay, can we see it there? Okay.
Yeah, it's on the screen. Hold on. StreamYard was being buggy earlier and it wasn't showing it.
Moscow Engine 20
Hold
that
on,
must be fire department.
let me redo. Let me see here. 911. Hold on. Let me
There we
know
go.
if you do you see it?
Yeah, there it is right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's line 194
Yeah.
approximately. Okay, so I think we have okay, so Moscow, and then right underneath it, Moscow Engine 20 is en route. That must be the fire department, you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. I think we have, literally, he just got there. So he's
Yeah.
walking in the door. I think we have a homicide. I doubt a younger officer would be able to make that Shane Gunderson is the most seasoned of the three that reported to 1122. It was Gunderson, it was Smith, and it was Nunez. Smith and Nunez were relatively newer officers. Smith was a year and a half, maybe, length of service, and Gunderson was only about, I think, 27. So I doubt they would have ever been around anything, any animal or human being, because there's very few homicides in Moscow. So this convinces me more that this is Shane Gunderson here. I'm giving my opinion here, but
Well,
the recent one of the recent filings from the court, Judge Hippler says an officer, singular, not plural, found them. An officer found the bodies. So is he going now? Is he going to go upstairs without a mask
Yeah.
to find that it's not one, it's not two, it's not three, it's four victims. He's going to go out. He's going to leave right here, go upstairs, go to two, find Dana, find Ethan in the room, and then walk up to three and find Maddie and Kaylee in the bed by
Yeah.
himself. Where are the other two?
They haven't got there yet. This I'm gonna look into I'm gonna try and look into where they get their training, because because some smaller towns and cities do not get exposed to that kind of activity.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times they will send them for training into bigger cities. Okay.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
I brought this up this morning because to me, somebody, in order to, because it's a smell like nothing else, not even you don't even think of blood when you smell it. It's something completely different. And to me, I was asking myself, well, how would this guy, if he's never smelled it before, then how would he know? Because I brought up like really strong stenches, like, different smells that linger and that are strong and that hit your nose a certain way. You still don't know what it is until you know what it is, right? And so when it comes to that smell, somebody might not know what it is if they're just smelling a hint of it, because they might never, you don't recognize the smell. You've never smelled it in your whole life. I mean, blood is completely different. Think of how many of us have had injuries and been around blood. It's completely different. You walk up to the smell, if you don't know what it is, I could see some people going, I don't know what it is. I'm going to go look. I'm going to go in there.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I want to find out, did they send these officers to, they do a lot of work with Spokane, Washington. They do a lot of contracts. Did they send them up to Spokane? And did somebody get brutally attacked that way? And part of their training was to be exposed to that smell.
Right.
It could also be they have, in part of training, they have that cocktail because it is a liquid, and they have that cocktail for that specific reason, to train these officers.
Right.
This is what this smells like. They had to have noticed, because to me, I don't even think they went upstairs yet when they said I think we have a homicide.
Oh,
I think
no,
they just made it to the door.
They just made it to the door, but then okay,
Yeah.
so here's the argument that it was Nunez, because if Nunez then went upstairs, if he's first, I think we have a homicide, and he goes upstairs and he finds Xana, Ethan, then he goes up to the third floor. Infamously, he was the one who Brett Payne looked at body cam to find out that Murphy was upstairs, that Murphy was in Kaylee's bedroom. So that's the argument, that it was Nunez, not Gunderson, and not Smith. But then that begs the question of, Smith is walking upstairs, and we've asked this before. He's escorting Payne through the house. Doesn't he say, and Detective Payne, there's the sheath visible from the bed? So that's this issue with the sheath and where it was and how it could be visible from the doorway if it's under the blanket. But then later on he comes back and says, oh yeah, then you could see it from the doorway. That means that they moved the crime scene. Crime scene moved to expose the sheath.
And the person that was taking the photos and documenting the evidence was the same person that touched the dirty glove and wiped all their equipment down with their hands with the dirty The dirty DNA.
Who knows how much contamination was? I mean, there were so many people running through that house. So many people running through that house.
Well, she brought it to the crime scene. I mean, yeah, you got the DNA on the ground, from the people, the activity right out there up front. We even saw how many of them weren't wearing booties when they were walking up in there. They weren't wearing booties.
Right,
Um,
right.
but when it comes to this room specifically right here, I don't think very many people made it up this far, and it was only first responders that made it up this far because we only hear talk about the second floor.
And
This right
first,
here is where they brought the DNA contamination, and that's from the
mhm.
glove outside. That's the only way it made it up into this room.
First responders, though, do you mean Moscow Police Department only? Because
No,
remember, they wasn't there something about 911 paramedics arrived, but Moscow Police prevented them from going into the house.
no, I'm talking about the only way. Okay, so when it comes to this room, this is what there's no. So this contamination you're talking about is on the second floor, and that's the only floor it made it to.
Mm, okay.
Okay, this contamination that I'm talking about that made it into Maddie's room came from this person right here. This is the only way that the contamination made it up to that room, and it's because of that lady right there.
Dropping the glove, yeah,
And
infamously.
then grabbing all sorts of new gloves, and then after that opening up her equipment case, getting her camera out, rubbing her freaking
Hmm.
camera, her camera strap, and then she's walking around taking photos of the crime scene and documenting the crime scene. So as she's documenting the crime scene with photos, then she's also going to be, after she's done documenting all of it, she gets done on the second floor first, first floor, second floor, makes it up to the third floor last, gets done documenting with photographs the crime scene. Then I'm going to, because what do? Why does there all of a sudden a piece of evidence go here and then it gets moved over here? Sometimes it's because somebody picks it up to take a photo of it, or to put it next to a ruler, or to open something up and take photos, because it all
Right.
has to be documented. And that's how I think that the contamination made it to the button snap, is from somebody that was kind of like let me show a picture. Where's this at? So I could see her as she's done taking the photos, the bodies are there, you know. All of a sudden, okay, so now I need the sheath, right? I need to document the sheath as well. Now I could only document it while the bodies were there. If it's under the covers, I can't move it because I have to wait for the coroner or a medical examiner to tell me that the bodies can be moved. I have to wait for permission to move the bodies from the coroner, medical examiner. So when they give me the permission, then I can move the body. Now keep in mind, I already touched my strap on my camera with that dirty glove already. So it doesn't matter how many times I put on new gloves. When I go do this, and you'll see a photo when I go do this, and when I go do this, and then you can see the strap, my hand's still touching that dirty strap. So it doesn't matter if I put on new gloves. When okay, now I'm going to move this camera. Now I just contaminated my glove again. I go upstairs. I go to hold this glove, and then this is what I'm doing when I'm trying to open it up to see if there's any kind of red stuff on the inside. I'm going to hold it open like this and take a photo too. So then all of a sudden, as I'm holding it open, I'm holding the button snap open with my finger to take a photo. All of a sudden, poof! That's where the transfer DNA shows up. She's the one that brought the crime scene to the 3rd floor because no students were making it up there. If they weren't allowing EMS to go in there, they wouldn't even been able to make it up to the 3rd floor. And with the smell, I don't see how somebody would already be able to hit the 2nd floor and then make it up to the 3rd floor unless you're experienced and you have training and you know what to do. That's how I really feel like it got there. And how did he see the sheath from the doorway? Well, the only reason I can think of is maybe because she moved it. And how in the hell did he see it if it was under the covers? If it was tucked under covers, under Maddie, and then Kaylee's legs were on top of Maddie, how, I don't understand how you see it from the doorway. So then when you go to this document, you know, the Exhibit A of Brett Payne, and you go to right here, well, this is a living document. This is supposed to be a living document that everybody from the investigation dumps information to. Well, then how in the heck does it look like you're the one that filled out this whole document like it was you, based off your knowledge, based off your qualification, based off of your opinion? It was me and this person. Me and this person. This is a living document. Don't you think that it would have information from a whole bunch of people and he would come up with his own written statement? Because this is supposed to be a living document. This is everybody. Everybody shared it. So how is this his statement? When everybody shared it, it should have parts where Sergeant Blaker and I, quote, so-and-so officer, we responded to this and we did this. You would have a whole bunch of people's names that don't even have anything to do with Brett Payne putting information into this, quote, living document. But when you look at it, it's not a living document. It's a statement from Brett Payne. How is that a statement and a living document? So then when you're thinking about it like that now, then you have to go, well, is this even him? Did he even see the body cam? And does it say in here that, yes, Officer Nunez, my body cam, you know, here's my body cam, this and that. It doesn't even say that. This is all statements. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs. The bedroom was on the west side, later to be determined. Later learned from body camera there's a dog in the room. These are all statements. This is not a living document. So how do we know that all this stuff, these statements, is true, especially when he's testifying? And when he's testifying, his favorite two phrases are, I don't recall and I don't remember. Then how do you... Some foolery took place with all of it. We're seeing it in the photos. We're seeing it in the documents. We're seeing it in the 911 call. Why is A3 not involved in the 911 transcript? There should be an A3. We have an A2, an A1, an A. We have redactions, which there should be redactions, but we don't see an A3. There should be an A3 that's missing. We go to the text messages with the girls. You got somebody saying Xana was wearing all black. There's obviously some stuff cut out of here because they're not giving you the text messages between 4 o'clock and 4:25. They're giving you the text messages between 4:22 and 4:25. They're not even giving you the first 20 minutes. Because if the crime took place between what time and what time, well then where are those other messages? And when you're looking at those messages, then why would BF still be making a statement?
Right.
Xana was wearing all black at 4:22 somewhere in that time period.
Yeah, there had to, and also it's not making sense now that I look at the. No one is answering. There had to have been some conversation before. Hey, are you there? Are you there, Bethany? Are you there? Are you there? Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of everybody up here. No one is answering. So there had to have been a couple of lines before, at least. Number one, to make this statement of Zana was wearing all black make sense, and number two, to make sense of no one's answering. Like, why that? No possible way that's the first text between the two of them.
Because I think the messages before were, if they were released, it would have made the roommate, especially Dylan, look really bad. And the reason I say that is because I had heard in the beginning that she was actually yelling upstairs for them to shut the fuck up because of the noise. Like, not, are you okay? Shut the fuck up. And then texting Bethany bitching about them making noise upstairs. And so I think it would have made her look really bad. Because then she would have been, think about it. If you see a whole bunch of before you get to this, and because I heard she opened her door and yelled, shut the fuck up. Like that. Like, shut the fuck up. Keep it down. So how she, it's all weird. It's all freaking weird how did they get overlooked by this person? How did she not notice based off of the smell and what was on the floor? What was the situation? Like there's all of these different things that are like, this just doesn't make sense. And then how she even, Bethany is still talking about Xana at 4:22 when all of this took place. How does Bethany not hear anything when it comes to the second floor? Because when you're looking at the freaking floor plan, okay, and you're looking at where you're looking at where her room is compared to what was going down here, you're going to tell me that with this half wall, okay, let's be honest, this half wall ain't going to block sound, okay? And look at what all is exposed right here. And then just this half wall. The sound is going to echo down there. And I don't know. I don't understand how neither one of them don't know what's going on. When we've seen the videos of the roommates and you can hear how crappy the sound is. I had somebody that was on my show a few times back in early 2023 that used to frickin' go to this house, that used to party at this house, that used to attend the University of Idaho, partied at this house, and came on and explained her experience and how thin the walls were, how thin the floors were, how much the sound echoed inside there. You can hear it from their TikTok videos, even when they're all making fun of each other, when Kaylee's fake sweeping and, everybody's making fun of one another on that TikTok video. You can hear even the echoes there. And how you're going to tell me that you don't even hear nothing when this sound would be so loud, especially right here, and how nobody heard anybody scream to even sit there and go, oh my gosh, something bad happened. Maybe it wasn't a prank. None of it makes sense. Even the documents. So then when we go back to this, I think there's going to be a lot of dominoes that fall when it comes to trial.
We had always suspected that there was a a shoddy investigation, you're pointing out the technician from ISP dropping the glove and just things that don't
No,
make
that was
sense.
Washington State.
Wh-
She wasn't from ISP.
The one out front
Yeah, this
of
is
the house
local.
dropping the glove?
That guy's ISP. These
Right.
two are local. This this person was at the apartment search for BK when they searched his
Right.
apartment. Yeah,
Right.
it's local.
But isn't that right in front of 1122 right here?
Yeah.
Okay, but the only people, I mean, you look at the affidavit of Brett Payne, the only people that were involved in this investigation were MPD, the feds, and ISP. So isn't this ISP right there that's dropping the glove?
No.
Hmm.
No, it's local. I could tell you the name, but I don't want to
No,
say it.
don't. Yeah.
But no, she's local. And these people right here, this forensic team, were both, do you remember the video where you see that lady look down the stairs and you see
Yeah.
the guy kind of look over the half wall? That's the lady that was looking down the stairs. This lady right here was the one that had the camera
Right.
that was also, remember, in that same view, looking down, taking photos of the floor right in front of that corner where it leads you to the hallway to Xana and Ethan's room.
Right.
She
And
looked down and was taking photos
steps away from the stairwell.
Yeah.
Where we learned just recently that there was a downward, possibly pointing, bloody print. We just learned that within the past week and a half to 2 weeks, right?
There was a drop of blood on the handrail, is what. But this is what I why it couldn't have been tested or something. This is because it wasn't fresh. It was something that had been there for a long time, is what I was picturing, because you saw how packed those houses were. You saw how intoxicated people would get. You saw how much of a party house it was. A lot of the times the roommates weren't even there when the parties were going on. And somebody would have to have gotten into a fist fight at some point, or somebody accidentally paper cut their finger or something. I mean, and it just dripped a little bit and it didn't get cleaned up. That's what I was thinking of it, because if it was fresh enough, again, that's the only reason why I think that blood wasn't able to qualify. It was because it was. Would that be the case, Audrey? If a droplet of blood was on the handrail and it had been there for a year, right? It's got all of that hand movement that's scraped across it all for a whole year. It's got, it's had that time to dry for a whole year, but really it's got a lot of people's different hands grabbing it and sliding down. I would see that would make DNA not be able to qualify to be tested, because it actually has so much, like a year's worth of people's.
Yeah, but can I just interject? I don't mean to, but they referred to that as an unknown male. It wasn't like it was mixed, like they're talking about the clippings from Maddie's nail. They specifically referred to it not as a mixture, but an unknown male. I forget which one it was. Audrey, help me out here. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was unknown.
Unknown male B. Mm-hmm. Unknown male
Unknown
B.
male 3.
B.
So Audrey, going
B
back to what
boy.
CJ was asking, so would you be able to tell that had been sitting there for a while? Certainly much older than 7 hours, 8 hours, 5 hours.
In a degraded state because of friction. You can still get, because of friction. Like, think about like a rock. and a square boulder. It's completely square. You leave it in the water, and it's got a current to it. Eventually, it's going to smooth out that rock because of the friction.
Right. Look,
And so that's what, not that it's mixing with it because it's already dried, but it's got that that degradedness to it because it's had friction over time.
and it's time, like you say, it's time too. Over
Yeah.
time, everything
Yeah, like it would have
ages.
degraded. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you,
DNA would
C-Dog.
have degraded.
Yeah,
Right, that's what I'm
I
trying to say.
don't know if they can tell the time, but I would think if
No,
that
not
were
the
the
time. I'm just
case,
saying.
there would be wood particles in it, depending on whatever material the actual handrail is. Those particles would have been present
Mm-hmm.
and
No,
kind
what
of
I'm
mixed
saying is,
into it.
no, what I'm asking is it would, and thank you, C-Dog, it would be degraded from time and friction. Not that, because they can, if there's wood chips in there, they can separate that from the DNA. They can separate it. They can separate a cleaning chemical that was used on it to wipe it off. They can separate all that. There would be a mixture of different things if it is dried for that long because they'd have to scrape it off. They can get all that separated, but what I mean is, would the DNA have been degraded because of time and friction, regardless of how much time and regardless of how much friction?
Yeah,
For them to come out that it wouldn't qualify to be tested, because that's what they said. There was
that I
unknown
don't
DNA,
know.
but it didn't qualify to be tested.
Why?
That's yeah, and
Then
that's what my biggest question was, is where, from when we heard it back in 23, we heard about other male DNA and how it didn't qualify in the initial court hearings. So how did it not qualify when
I
it
think
came to
it
the
didn't
blood on the
qualify
handle?
because the police decided they were going to go the other direction with another DNA profile. And so then by
100%,
default, it doesn't qualify.
100%, and that's
that
where Detective Payne. We just learned this out when the hearing transcript was released. Wasn't it something? Oh, he couldn't put it into CODIS because it would have messed up, something else. They were already looking at Koberger, so couldn't put it into CODIS. That was the explanation, right?
Yes. Even though that's not a true statement,
no, you create
because
a separate profile.
once the police decide to go in a certain direction, that just doesn't qualify anymore because they don't consider it relevant or part of the investigation anymore.
See, I think
Whether that
that's
was the
really
right
the
choice or
answer.
not,
I
yeah,
think
it's
that's
just
the
their
right. I mean, you're
choice.
supposed to go where the evidence leads you, not make, okay, well, I'm not going to test this evidence because we got this guy over here. We're looking at him, and it's almost, it could be of some minds might say, well, we don't want to mess up anything coming back and messing up our deciding to go this route rather than going down another route.
Well, I don't
Right.
understand
So
how
each
you get
has
that far with DNA under Maddie's fingernails that are
Yep.
unknown as well. It's like at some point you got to be like, hey, we messed up. We need to go back to this.
Good point, CJ. I
well,
was just
each
going to mention
OSPR
that a
has
bit.
discretion, and their discretion, does impact the case, and the discretion is not always in the correct direction. And I think in this case, it was the autonomy, the discretion of certain officers that didn't want the case to go in a certain direction, and it was because of those types of decisions. It's probably against policy. So with policy and with the decision making, there's less discretion, but it's still there. I think they did break policy because they're supposed to test the blood DNA profiles before anything else. And they didn't prioritize how the scientific community has written their standards to prioritize the types of evidence that they find at the scene. And that was in direct opposition to the scientific
I
community.
think you're absolutely right. I think this was like almost an oriented, instead of going where the evidence leads you, well, we're gonna, we like going down this path, so we're not going to open up the possibility that going down another path might mess up what we're heading down. We've decided we're outcome oriented. That's the term. But going
Mhm.
back to what CJ said about
A
the
deadline.
fingernails, they tested Maddie's nails. There were three sources they said under the nails. You got Brian Koberger's buccal DNA. You swabbed him from his mouth. Couldn't you have tested and realized this isn't his? He had to go out and do his own independent test, apparently, to determine that was not he was not one of the three. But the grand jury wasn't told that. The grand jury is told it's what was it? What's the term? Unidentified. They couldn't figure it out. So it made it seem more like, okay, well, he's not ruled out. He's not ruled out. Maybe it was just the quality or whatever the case. He's
Like it
not
was
ruled out.
degraded. Like it
Right.
was degraded. Yeah.
It was he's not ruled out. Why not say you have his DNA directly from his mouth twice from Pennsylvania? You have it from Pennsylvania. He was first arrested in Monroe County. You have it a second time from Latah County. You have two pristine pieces of DNA from that man's body. I don't know why the grand jury was not told this is not his. He's ruled out. Oh, that's
Well, I
exculpatory.
think it was because
That's right. I got to go with Becca Barlow. That's more exculpatory. Oh, you're going to tell me? Oh, but we told the grand jury that was exculpatory. That he didn't, it was unidentified. No, what was really exculpatory, as Becca said, was the fact that he went out and took his own test, and that proved that it wasn't his DNA. That's why I think she's going to make an exceptional member of this team for him to be able to explain things not just to the jury, but to Judge Hippler come like April 9th and 10th when they have these hearings. I mean, she's going to get up and she's going to tell it like it is relative to DNA. He's not had that before.
And I know that people, they get stuck with this label called, what was it, unqualified? But I don't think that is because of any sort of characteristics that it has. I think it's
Right.
from a decision-making point of view. And I know that can be very confusing because most people would think there's this criteria it has to meet versus a decision maker. And what you were talking about, Kathy, was that the term is inconclusive. So
Right.
Brian wasn't included or excluded in that sample. And that's called the likelihood ratio, which is not a question of identity. It's questioning two different hypotheses, which were, I think there was the mixture. So they were asking, was Kaylee part of the mixture? Was it Kaylee and one other unknown profile, or was it an unknown and unknown profile? And for whatever reason, whatever statistical analysis they gave Brian's profile, it fell in between. Because I think if it's above, was it like above 100? I don't know how they weight that. Then it's either it's either exclusive or inclusive. And also when it's under 1, it's either inclusive or exclusive. I forget which one is on either side, but that entire middle part is anything that falls in higher than the 100 or lower than the 1, that is all inconclusive. And that is a widespread space. And inconclusive doesn't mean that, I know that they probably kept that in there, even though they said it was exculpatory, because the jury does not understand what
Right.
inconclusive means.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
now the question becomes that I want to throw out to you. That do you recall once the grand jury they were supposed to have the preliminary hearing? I'm convinced that if the preliminary hearing happened, first off, it would have been under seal. Public's not going to be able to attend it. They were putting everything under seal in Latah County. Secondly, I believe because Megan E. Marshall signed the warrant back on December 29th, 2022, that she would have also, if there was a preliminary hearing, found probable cause. She would have found probable cause. But the question then becomes, now it's Judge John Judge. The defense was trying to set aside two different grounds: prosecutorial misconduct, and then secondly, on incorrect jury instructions for the grand jury. So Judge is looking at this. The way you just explained it made a heck of a lot of sense. That, yeah, we could go ahead and say it's exculpatory, but the grand jury is going to be people like me and you. It's not going to be people like Audrey that has a background and has some training in biology and understands this stuff. Well, we're going to see here and possibly think he's included. There's a possibility that could be him. Why didn't they just say it's not him? Because he did the test. He went out. If he could go out and do his own test on his own and find out that he's excluded, the state of Idaho could as well. So I don't know why they didn't tell him. They didn't tell the jury, oh, it's not Brian Kohberger's. He's excluded. He's excluded from this. Again, quoting Vicka Barlow, that's exculpatory.
Well, it's just like, how do you determine it's unknown male DNA, but it doesn't qualify? Well, how'd you determine that it was male then?
Right.
Like, how do you even, if it doesn't qualify? And that's why when it comes to what you're saying, Audrey, it's 150%. It's the fact that they didn't want it to qualify. Because if it didn't qualify, you wouldn't have even been able to come up and determine a sex. You can't.
Yeah.
So that's why it was just like, I don't understand why Steve, especially with the video we put out last night, and they were pissed about the 911 call and the text messages.
And
Because
rightfully,
they weren't told.
Rightfully so.
They weren't told.
How long would it have taken either victim services or somebody from the prosecutor's office to contact these four families and say, well, I guess the three families and then, the attorney for the Gonzalez family, heads up, guys, heads up. There's going to be an explosion of, we anticipate, media, mainstream media, the sleuths, the podcasters. They're gonna, basically, you're going to see a big bump in news because we're getting ready to release for the first time, 1, photographs of suspect vehicle 1, allegedly; 2, the transcript from the 911 call, be it that it's incomplete, as CJ is pointing out here, and the text messages between the girls, possibly incomplete as well. How much time would that have cost?
They knew Steve. Remember, that's why they told Steve before they arrested Kohberger, when he's like, don't make me be the alpha, and they told him to settle down. Hey, we're not telling you we're not on the same track. Steve, we're just telling you you're going way too fast. We need you to slow it down because, not that we're not on the same path, but we are getting held back because of processes and paperwork. Steve G told us this. Okay. So they know Steve G. That's why they didn't even reach out to him, because they knew that he was going to sit there and go, guys, why was this released the whole time? Just like he said to Brian Enton. That's why he was so upset. Did you guys see the interview that he had last night on News Nation? You could tell he was visibly upset and even said on air, Why was this even sealed, guys?
Right.
They
She,
knew what he was going to do. They knew his reaction. They knew he was going to hold their feet to the fire, and they're a bunch of they're wusses.
and they just
They're
keep telling,
wusses.
but they keep trust us, trust us, trust us, trust us.
It
And I
wouldn't have
mean, I
worked.
just, I just, I don't understand why they couldn't have warned these families, the four of them, so they have to find out. Is that going to change his reaction at all? No, it's not going to change the shock now to him and to Christy and to the other three families of now you're really seeing what this 911 call was. You're seeing these texts. You're seeing this car for the first time. And it's all happening like at the same time. It's not being spread. Of course, he said, why was this sealed for so long? We've all said that. I think anyone with two brain cells is going to ask,
But not Steve
why was this
G.
sealed for so long?
Steve G's been the one that's been promoting the LE narrative ever since they sat down and told him, "Look, dude, we're not, don't be the alpha," because him and his daughter Olivia were the ones that were coming out with all of the information back then because law enforcement wasn't. They're the same people that wanted to put out a reward and then came on national news and told you they won't even let us put out a reward for this person. They're the ones that were telling us everything. And so when law
Right.
enforcement was going, "Oh crap, he really is going to find out who it is, and we got to stop him in his tracks because we got to keep this narrative going and we can't let him F it up." And that's why, because they knew if they reached out, it's easier. Think about it like this. Say there's what just think about it like this. It's going to be uncomfortable. Say that you have to reach out to a family member, and they're a jerk to you. Okay, they're a jerk to you, and you got to reach out to them. And anytime that you try and talk to them, they have an attitude. They'll get upset, but at the same time, they're smart as hell. And if you're trying to be sneaky around them, you're going to avoid them because you don't want to have that conflict. You don't even want to initiate it because you're nervous about what's going to happen because you already know how the person acts. So if they know that he's smart enough, they know that he questions enough, they know that he has the pressure, they know that he has the force, and then if they're not going to come up to him and let him know about this, they're going to have their tail in between their legs, sitting up trying to hide somewhere. It's like I compare it to like a kid that's trying to stay away from his mom because he stole a cookie and he doesn't want to get found out. They didn't want to tell him because they knew what would happen. They knew that he would flip the hell out about it being sealed because of what he said on that News Nation interview last night, because of that stuff being sealed for no reason. It created all of this chaos and all of this stuff around the case because of it being sealed.
Yeah, all this chaos, all these wild theories, all the trauma, all of the,
He's mad.
this damage to the First Amendment. It's great that Judge Hippler is releasing it now, but, how does that retroactively go back for 2+ years of hiding every single thing about this case? Nothing was released, CJ. Nothing was released, Audrey. I don't understand. Well, now I do. Why wasn't that photograph of suspect vehicle one that they're saying, or maybe they're not saying, they identified suspect vehicle one somewhere else, but you're telling me in the PCA that car that you saw, CJ, that you don't believe is suspect vehicle one, you think it's the one leaving? That's all described in the PCA. And the public is made, yeah, both of them. I did an episode of the Indie Zone not the podcast, on YouTube, just comparing what the PCA says to this right here. You know, and the PCA makes it sound like this is suspect vehicle 1, both of them. And then everything else that wasn't. And I still don't understand why they didn't release the 3-point turn. You know, that I got a question about the defense. How come you're releasing those two?
Or not release a photo when at all of the major intersections that he supposedly drove through, and you couldn't give us a picture like this.
Please, CJ, what about, you know, and this is, and when Judge Hippler, when he did that order, scathing order, and he said, you know, you got to stop with seal. It's the last. Sealing is the last resort. It's not the first resort. And all of the episodes that I've done on my podcast over the past year, when I went back and looked at everything they sealed, where they would put in and I think that Yoli had mentioned this also the other night, I knew exactly what she was talking about. State of Idaho comes forward, wants to, you know, order sealing this information. 1, because it's going to disclose, you know, secretive techniques. 2, because it could harm someone's privacy. 2, because they were cutting and pasting. I mean, it seems pretty obvious unless they kept making that mistake. But I kept asking, like when you say right here, okay, maybe they don't want to do a photograph of suspect vehicle 1 coming through the intersection, but you can't tell me they couldn't, something, redact that, release something to the public. Release a photograph of a tree or a garbage can that you took along the way. They sealed everything for 2.25 years from the public. I don't know how the First Amendment recovers from that.
They should have been able to give you this photo because this is one of the roads that he drove down.
Allegedly. Right?
According to them. According to them, this is part of the path.
You know, I had a conversation earlier today with someone, and they were like, okay, so they're making him out to be this just criminal mastermind who did all of this damage in 10 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever, 8 minutes or whatever it was, never placing him they never placed him in the house. Still haven't placed him in the house. But he takes this route, and I mentioned you specifically, CJ, in the event that your ears were ringing. I said, you know, my friend of mine did the drive. He did the drive, and he pointed out all of the camera, like that photograph that you just showed there. How many cameras were in that intersection alone? How many cameras were on that street alone within 5 seconds of each other?
Well,
when he could have taken the back path that you drove, that would have eliminated all of that video. If he would have taken that back path, it would have. So what? He's going to drive from his place, and he's going to go to Moscow, and he's going to, you know, commit these crimes. He's going in there with the intent to do this, but he forgets about the cameras. That he doesn't think about. Now, we got to leave open the possibility because we don't know. We still have to look at the rest of the evidence that he could have been involved in this. We don't know at this point, but that to me has never made any sense. Why, if he is this great, and he's doing this because he wants to see if he can get away with it, he's got this criminology background, but he doesn't notice all those cameras? Are you kidding me?
No, you can notice all the cameras. That's why I did it. And if he was trying to avoid it, because this right here, you're going to run into cameras at some businesses and stuff.
Sure.
But it's not going to be, this route right here is not going to be any of the quality that can really get you on the hook. Okay.
It's going to be a fraction, right? It's going to be in terms of quality and quantity.
All the way until you get into Moscow, like right there where you got to turn right and then go around. So that's from right shortly after the border to where you turn right to head down the back way to get to 1122. There's just a small section that you're going to be picked up on some really good cameras, like the camera that I showed you a second ago with the green car. Just that small section of that route. Everything else is going to be cameras that are either really bad quality or at a distance that are not going to be able to get you off on the hook.
Right.
So
And
this is the route that they would have took if they really were trying to get away from it when it comes to the digital footprint, because that is the security cameras are part of a digital footprint.
well,
But when you're taking this route and you're going through and around four-way major intersections that have 5 freaking cameras pointed in every different direction, and you can see them on my PCA route because I point them out. I continue to point them out. Even at the Stadium, Nevada, there's 5 cameras at that intersection. Why couldn't they have a picture if really they have photos of video evidence? Well, he was here and here and here and here and here and here and here. You should have a whole bunch of these photos, and then the last photo that you're going to have that leads you to how they even took it based off of the video footage is then going to lead you to this photo right here. And that's fine if, number one, if these two cars are the same car, but it's fine if you have this quality of photo because you have all of these ones already that match up with your path that this person took. And that's why I recorded the PCA route. I wanted to do it, number one, just to have it for documentation. But after I got done and I started to drive the PCA route, because you don't hear me talking in that video, it's just driving. But when I'm having a conversation with my team and I'm like, you guys, this is nuts. Camera, 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 camera. Camera. And I'm like, we gotta talk about this. Because it should have been all. Look, this is a road right here that he would have drove down.
Right. And just, just as it's just a pointer, I mean, for people that are seriously wanting to, research this case, if you're just learning about it, if you haven't watched it in a while, please watch those videos that CJ took. I think it's important research. Because it was taken at the year anniversary. So the conditions with light and everything else would have been similar from 2022 to 2023. And
Foliage.
also it's within 6 weeks before the house came down. So, to go back now and try and recreate it, you can't do it because the house isn't there anymore.
Yeah. It's the complete route. Like, turn for turn, exact route, period. This is how this whole drive went according to the PCA. And then what I do is after I get here, I included the route that this person would have took.
Right.
So I go from the house and then I go back the way that they would have took. So you can see the difference. It's nothing but you got an airport for the majority of it. You got an airport to the left and you got a bunch of hills and mountains to your right. But it was important too to get the foliage as well, especially when it comes to this right here.
Mm-hmm.
And how you would have been able to see everything, but they couldn't have seen you because these trees weren't full of leaves at this point of the year, and it would have been kind of blocked off visually. It was almost like a perfect spot that you could see what was going on without them seeing you. And then also, when it came to me being there, it was a far drive to get back to my lodging because I didn't even have they didn't even have lodging available when I was there in Moscow or Pullman because of Parents' Weekend. So there wasn't even any lodging. I had to drive 2 hours, 3 hours for where my lodging was. And so what I had to do is to make sure that I didn't get back to my hotel and start doing my work and then go, crap, I forgot to do this. Shoot, you can't just drive 3 hours back down, do it real. It was something I had to do. This became my workspace. This spot right here became my workspace until 12, 1, 2 in the morning, sometimes that late. Because if I did need to go out and do something, or if I forgot something for that day, I needed to be there. And so I just did my work in the vehicle on my computer while I got all my work done. So I literally at night, because it would get dark about 4:15 in the afternoon, at night until, I did some work during the night times too. But a lot of the times I do my work from like 6 to 11, something like that. And so I'd be back there for 5 hours, vehicle running. I'm on my computer working, making sure I get everything knocked out for that day. And there's people coming and going and not even looking at me twice. I didn't see one officer do a check on the parking lot because a car that's been there that they've never seen and a person they've never seen before is sitting in their parking lot for a week straight with a running vehicle working on their computer, and they don't even know what I'm doing on my computer. Wouldn't you think that would be suspicious if you live at an apartment complex, you have some vehicle that you've never seen there before. This person is sitting out in their vehicle for a week straight, working on a laptop. It's so dark. The laptop screen is showing up on my face, so they had to see me working on a computer. How do they know? Wouldn't you find that suspicious a little bit? Like, not
Well,
that I was doing anything wrong, but
no, but you bring up a good point, especially at the 1 year anniversary, because
yeah,
that's when these copycats and that's when these would do something,
right.
So that struck me as very odd that someone wouldn't have placed a call, or MPD wouldn't have been, just securing, just doing a drive through, a
Mhm.
couple of times a night, because it was 1 year. And that would be the ideal time for some kook to try to pull something, either at the house or at the university where they had you talk about dark, right? The year, uh, whatever they did at the year mark, nobody could see anything in front of them. That to me it was really astounding. Not that I would want anyone to call, MPD on you, but you're sitting there for, as you say, that long a period. You're not sitting there for 10 minutes. You're sitting there for hours behind this house where, a mass unaliving happened a
Yeah, how
year
do they know I
before.
wasn't a copycat?
Yeah, that's when they do it. They do it at the end of. That's why people, there's extra security if it's the year anniversary or 2 year anniversary of something, because they're worried about, and rightfully so, about a copycat.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. Um and
But going
Yoli
back to the CJ,
is
going
Yoli
back
still
to
on?
your research where you recreated the route from the PCA, and then the route where if somebody wanted to not be seen should have taken. If they would have taken whoever it was, whether it was whoever it was, if they would have taken this back route, there would have been no way they could have put together a PCA route in the PCA of that night, because there would be so much that would be off camera. Right, CJ? What do you estimate? 70% of the route, 60% of the route that there would be no cameras around.
The side streets are pretty much only going to get you the ring cameras and the security cameras from the home. Uh but when it comes to, when you're, let me bring it back to this, when it comes to, so like let me play this just a little bit. So let me skip ahead a skosh. So
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
leaving
some of
step up.
this is
So right
really
here,
remote that you
so
drove.
right here, you're gonna have your security cameras, which you're gonna get what 1112 gave you. Now, right here already, you can see the camera up to the right. They have
Right.
cameras in all different directions, and so already, when you're going down the side streets, but when you're hitting the major intersections, you're going to be around a lot of those cameras. When you're driving down next to this Washington State University and you're driving through there, and there's more again, you see cameras all over the place. Cameras are all over the place. And so when you're looking at this route right here, and you're seeing a whole bunch of activity in the city, But look at Moscow. You drive downtown, you go to one side of Moscow, and then you drive back up and through back to the other. You drove twice as much in downtown Moscow when you didn't even need to. So you could say the majority of it is not on camera because yes, there's a lot of space in between these two towns. But
Right.
and you got to include the side streets, but when you're talking about all of the major intersections that you are hitting and the major roads that you are on when you're going from and to, you're this is why there should have been so many more of those photos of these cameras, because there should be that, like when it came to these photos, there should have been so many photos of this. When we got to this photo right here, we should have, when you get to this photo right here, that's the freaking car, you guys. There should have been so many pictures of that car driving that route. When we get to this, we should have, without even seeing a silhouette, oh yeah, that's him.
What? Right. 100%. 100%, because it would have documented, starting point to ending point. If the back roads would have been taken, though, that PCA route wouldn't exist because there's too much of the. If I remember from watching you drive that back route, it is desolate. There's nothing there for long periods of time. There's not going to be ring cameras. There's no buildings.
Out in the open.
Right. There's
You're
no streets. It's long stretches where you're just driving.
and you got a little bit right there on that edge of Moscow, because you got to get on that major highway still. Okay, because you're not going
Right.
to go take another hour and a half down south when you can literally take 20 minutes and get home. That you're taking your chances getting caught plentyfold by heading down south, especially in communities where there's only one car driving on the road and somebody's going to go woo 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 because they never seen you drive through there before. That's what happens.
Oh,
But just that little part of Moscow, when you're entering here to Steptoe, there's one little corner store that has a camera, but still, it's a corner store camera. It's not going to give you the greatest clarity. It's going to give you the clarity like that. But you're not hitting the major intersections after you get out of Moscow. So basically, after you get out of Moscow, you ain't got to worry about any kind of photos that can take a picture of your car like this. You don't have to worry.
right.
But you do when you're going all over through inside the town and hitting those four-way stops.
Right. And going back to, I just keep going back to, why did Ann Taylor release those two photos? I'm trying to reconcile this for the past day or so. You got a 3-point turn that happened right there at King and Queen. That would have given you that car at every angle, front, back, side. Why did she release this one here to the left and not release about 6 or 7 of this car doing because it would have been right there. That's where that 3-point turn would have happened, just a few feet behind those back lights.
Because she
So then
didn't
my
need to.
suspicious mind, then I'm like, okay, Auntie, are these the two worst photos of this car that you're releasing? Why didn't you release the 3-point turn?
Because it's obvious with just these two photos, it ain't the same frick. She could have picked any photo and put it on the left-hand side. As long as you include this one, it's already different. It's a different car. That's why a lot of that you can literally look at this photo and go, that's a different car.
But
Just
then,
look at the
CJ, then I got
color.
to ask, that car is going to continue to the end of the street and then make a right. Why didn't she release more footage of that?
Because they don't need to. It's already apparent. It's already apparent. It's not the same vehicle. Keep it simple. You know what I'm saying? Don't put out a whole bunch of stuff so then everybody gets distracted. Keep it focused on simple. You got this car to the right that ain't the car, and you got the car to the left that doesn't match. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, but wouldn't it have been better to have a full photograph? Like she's giving the best that she can with this ring camera, you know, it's, you know, the car is obscured on the left with that big light. Why not give, you know, like why is the car on the right obscured by part of the porch? Why not just give a photograph a couple of feet further down where you got the entire car visible?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't give her that one. I mean, you would think that she would have to have
She
it,
has to have it.
but
She's
but
got to
at the
have it in
same time,
Discovery.
if if they didn't, if you know, because you saw how they suppress information. Because look at what we already see from the photo that was put out. This is why I put these lines on it.
Hmm.
You see this? Now I want to show you something. Just pay attention to how it goes straight on top. It curves around on the bottom. Right? Look what this does. And I got to say shout out to Sea Dog too. Look what this does. Okay, you see that shape? Now, when you're looking at that, you're not going to see the line, the inside that's not lit up because all the bright is coming at you. It's going to fill in the in between. Now, when you take a look at this photo, remember the back window that had the triangle? Same car, not necessarily this color. Look at the back window. You still have the back window like you do the Sentra. You got the tail light that is like this. It goes straight on the top, comes up on the bottom. So then when I go back to this, we're going to look at this photo, and then I'm going to show you the zoomed out photo. So you see how you got this?
Mm-hmm.
And it connects and goes up and goes over, and this one goes straight across. Now let me put this one back up. You see how it looks just like that taillight?
Right.
You got this straight across. This right here is down here, and it curves up and goes all the way across. Now, it makes me think that if somehow that photo still made it, that was way over here, because really they should have frame by frame by frame, and there's supposed to be video.
Right.
So this already shows you that it's a different car, not only by the color, but by the back window,
Right.
and the tail light.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's keep it simple. You know, if you put in a whole bunch of pictures, even if it's just this car, you add 7 more pictures. People are going to be like, really? We're going to they're getting away from the focus. Just keep it simple. You got this car here. You got this car here. That's not the same vehicle. Now, what I'm going to do when it comes to that footage, Kathy, is it was weird when I went to the vigil, and it was dark, it was creepy, there was a vibe. the weird stuff that was happening when because I was there by myself, the weird stuff that was happening as I was walking away back to my vehicle that was parked on a side street. Uh, I had to walk back to the vehicle. There was some negative activity that was taking place. I was obviously not welcome. I had that vibe like that person was around, right?
Was a
And
what? I'm sorry.
that like that person was around, especially at the vigil.
Oh, wow.
Especially the week, or I'm sorry, the year anniversary, right? I really feel like they were around. And so what I'm going to start doing now is I've only put out like 10% of my footage from Idaho 4. I have like 90% I never even uploaded.
Wow.
I'm going to go through all of my footage and I'm going to see if I can find this car,
Oh,
because I have a feeling that this car, because like I said, we know what time the person left the crime scene, which would mean they left the crime in their vehicle. We know this is the person that committed the crime. If that's when the crime was done and then they're leaving, right here's the person that committed the crime. We don't know what time this person got there.
no, we don't. No, we don't. That's a
Okay.
good point. If your theory is correct that this is the true suspect vehicle one, then we don't know when. And your other theory is correct, that assuming that the one that is on the left is not suspect vehicle one, we don't know when this car then arrived.
Yeah, we wouldn't know because we only know when they because as far as we know they were parked in the parking lot because they live at Queen Road Apartments. They
Yeah.
don't There could be no video of this person coming in because they literally live, like I've said, I feel like somebody lived right next to them that did this. There's nothing shining off this because there's nothing shining off of the deck. Look at the deck. You see a whole bunch of deck, and then you see the tail lights from the car. It's obviously not the same car because it's not even the same color. It's a completely different color.
Mm.
And the reason that I feel like, and another reason to kind of go off on how it's not a reflection is because when they come out, and this was from the article that was put out on June 23rd. We read it earlier today. This is the article that shows you that they were looking for model year
Right.
2019 to 2023 Nissan Sentra, and this was a week after the crime was committed. So then if you bring up the photo of a Nissan Sentra, here, I'll use this one. When you bring up a photo of a Nissan Sentra, then you understand why they went with the Nissan Sentra, because if you look at this, it's got that ovalness to it for the tail light, and then this chrome strip is going to reflect light back to the night vision camera, so it's going to appear illuminated even though it's not.
Mm.
But and that's why and with this, I don't see how this would be illuminated either, but you're looking at the oval and then the continuation and
Right.
how it kind of curves up and then goes to the middle. But as we were exploring it and we're looking at it, and so we're looking at this, you're looking at this window back here. This is a more perfect triangle. But when you're looking at this back window, it's a curve and a different distorted type skinny triangle. It's a completely different shape.
So,
And so,
oh.
go ahead.
So CJ, I just want to go back to what you were saying. There's an old saying, an old wives' tale, whatever, that when your gut tells you something, listen to it. So I don't think you've ever disclosed this before, but you feel that something was telling you, that sixth sense, this is not a good place to be right now. You're feeling what? Like evil? You're feeling that the person might be there because they do come back. They come back at the year anniversary. That would have been the time. I think the families were concerned that the perpetrator would have shown up at the celebration of life that they had. So that's the feeling that you got when you were at the 1 year anniversary at U of I.
Yeah, it's a lot of vibes. You get a
A
lot of
lot of
vibes.
vibes.
And that's when I was there, and you can see the triangle with this photo too.
Mm,
Okay. But then when it comes to that tail light, that's why I'm gearing more towards this Dodge Dart now,
wow.
because this matches, right? When we're looking, sorry, I have so many photos. When we're looking at this and it's driving, it's got that same shape. Oval going across the top, bottom curving up into a small line. It's got that same shape. So when we go back to this and we look at the side view of it, yes, it's got the same shape back window as the Sentra. It's going to
Mm.
have the light going across in the ovalness of the tail light like the Sentra. Now, it's a shorter vehicle, and so that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards this. But what I can tell you is that it doesn't have the where's that photo? Sorry, I have like a gazillion photos up. There it is. So when you're looking at the back end of this, it's not, this actually gets bigger as it gets to the side of the vehicle.
Mm.
It starts small, so it looks like eyes that are angry, right? It looks like eyes that are angry. You're not going to have
Yeah,
anything illuminated right there.
not
And
at all.
and that license plate light is not going to create the illumination that goes across that this does. This is a bright light or reflection of chrome, and that's why I'm leading towards the Dodge Dart.
It would be interesting, and I'm surprised that somebody hasn't done it yet. But to actually, we've been saying for 2+ years, until 2 nights ago or whatever it was, that the world has seen Brian Koberger's car, the Indiana stop, perfect because it's from the back. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't done a survey of his car versus these two, especially the
Uh,
Yeah,
one on the
Kathy,
right.
I'm surprised too. Yeah. Good point.
let's see
Just lay it
here.
right on top of it. We got video. We've been saying it for years. We've all seen, the world seen the Koberger car many times. There's two stops in Indiana, and then there's the one with the, what was it, the WSU police officer. The only one the world has not seen is the Sheriff Duke stop in Moscow, over by the Bed Bath and Beyond, or the former Bed Bath and Beyond. And some people thought, well,
Hmm.
could there have been somebody in the car with him? No, but it appears from the documents that Judge Hippler's released, it sounds like he was alone at that stop, just as he was alone when he was stopped by the WSU officer. The only time he had anyone in the car with him was the two stops with his dad, and he's going across the country at those two times.
Let me bring this up.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Stephen, Judge Hippler has all of this. He's got everything. Okay, I would just love to know what's going through his mind right now. If yeah, hey, you know what? We still don't see a bunch of stuff, and it makes perfect sense that this is Koberger versus y- why is this guy still arrested? I would love to know what he's thinking right now.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and get like a side by side kind of thing with this car too. Um, and I got some other stuff
Well,
to show you guys. Go ahead.
oh, good. I would like to see that, but I just wanted to respond to Kathy for a second. Um, yeah, and you bring up a great point because, I am not a car person. So I am just a regular person looking at these and I can see a difference. So I do wonder if he just kind of uses his regular, person skills and it's just like, there's something wrong here. I'm so curious too because I think that these things are kind of glaring. Like, and I wanted to like get behind him and support him, because yes, he might be strict in the courtroom. He might be like might want to be efficient or be intelligent. There's some kind of like there's respectableness about that. But then the way that he just completely misunderstood DNA, it just went to where everything that I thought he was projecting as his self-image just wasn't there. And so I'm hoping that there is more to him than just that, because that was very disappointing.
Well, Audrey, though, not in Judge Hippler's defense, I don't understand the DNA stuff. I'm sorry. I've been around a lot of years, a lot of. I don't understand. The DNA stuff goes over my head. And he might be the same. I mean, we have to go back to the Judge days, that very, very, very long order that he put out October 2023 on the defense's fourth and fifth motions to compel. It's not called an order on the motion to compel. It's called an order regarding IgG DNA. One of the first things he says in there, this is a case of first impression. How courts work
Mm-hmm.
is we're all about precedent. Okay? You look to see what the Idaho Supreme Court has said about IgG DNA, or there's not a lot there. That's where it's case of first impression, meaning that there's not only any
True.
precedent on this specific issue, but you can't even look to cases in other jurisdictions because this is emerging. This is new stuff, which I think that Becca Barlow, she came off as a very respectable, witness when she did testify. She's going to tell it like it is. She's not going to make up stuff, to try to get a guilty person off. She's going to tell it like it is regarding DNA. Some of the stuff that CJ was talking about, a little bit ago, about the contamination issue, she's going to be able to drive that point home. She's going to be able to drive the point home. I hope somebody's going to bring up the fact that you have someone from ISP, forget his name, he was one of the people that testified at the hearing on the 23rd, and then an unnamed NPD officer who were literally taking that precious piece. That is the evidence of the case. That is it, the sheath, going from, it's already traveled from Moscow to, I think it's Meridian, where ISP Lab is. Now they're going to take it to Boise. And from Boise, I don't know if they flew or they drove. I'm thinking they flew down to Houston, Bush International Airport, and then drive further to wherever Othram is. And every step of the way, they followed protocol exactly. She's going to be able to, I think, talk about all of the opportunities for contamination, for degradation, for, that could have happened. But, kind of just circular way going back to Hitler. I don't understand a lot of this stuff. Maybe he doesn't too.
That's fair. Yeah.
What do you think about Becca Barlow's potential did you get a chance to read, Audrey, her first filing?
I think I read all of her filings. I'm not sure which one you mean, though. Is it the one with the terms touch DNA and
Yeah,
contact
she's
DNA?
the Eliminate one that she just did, and you could see already, because I've looked at every one of the public filings, I mean, since day one, and there's just a different spin, or not spin, I don't want, because it makes like, she's trying to say something, but there's just a different context to her first filing than any of the filings that any of the other Massoff or any of the other attorneys wrote, because she's got that background. She goes back to DNA in its infancy, in the law. We're talking about, I think she was in law school at the time of the OJ trial, which is, a lot of people think that's the seminal case. When you talk about introducing DNA evidence into the courtroom and bringing in, Barry Scheck as one of the defense member teams to be able to get up and to question witnesses when it came to DNA. So I'm so curious now that I think that these hearings now, like a couple of days ago, when I saw all the in limine motions from the 24th only being under seal, and it's like, well, what about the four that the state filed on the 21st? Why, Judge Hippler, are you saying that those four were okay to be released to the public, but everything that was filed by the defense on the 24th and everything that was filed, which meant all of their in limine motions and all of the state under seal, I said to myself, this hearing's going to be closed. We've heard this before where we're just temporarily sealing something and it never gets unsealed, but he released all of these. So sounds like at least, there's going to be some hearings that are going to be open to the public. And I think we're going to be able to see her for the first time argue her motion, which will deal with DNA. And it'll be interesting to see how Judge Hippler reacts. Because I feel
I
that,
can't wait.
no, I know,
Yeah.
it's
Go
not
ahead.
just, everybody's like, it's not just the jury. Everybody's like, okay, well, she's going to be great at jury trial this summer. It's not just that, it's these pretrial motions that deal with DNA to the judge that she's going to be able to articulate it in a way I don't think we've seen before.
Well, yeah,
And
and with
that's
him
interesting you
releasing this.
say that. Am I frozen?
No, go
Sorry,
ahead.
Audrey, what'd you say?
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh. So, I think no matter how Hitler rolls on that motion in limine, she has that on record, and she has the activity level, which is the how and the when DNA arrives at a location.
Yep.
To my knowledge, that has never been put on the record before. And because that's on there, that changes the entire landscape of the US legal system and how it's going to approach DNA. And I don't even think we can see at this point how much of a ripple effect that is going to have. And
Yes.
It's so fascinating that we are not only on the forefront of science, we are also watching like a stepping stone in the US judicial system. And it's like, I don't know of any other clear way to even like show how there are different things that can influence the legal system. And it's such a way that this is going to have an impact. And it's also going to put us on par with Europe and Australia, because they've already had case law with this trace transfer DNA, and how there is no technology out there that can an expert can rely on to estimate the mechanism of the DNA transfer, how it was transferred and when it was transferred. And So they've already started to do that. They've already started to put limitations on it, and they're very aware of how it increases wrongful convictions.
Right.
And so from here on out, things are going to be different. And actually, no matter what Judge Hippler decides to do, and even when he does, like, I feel like no matter what he does, he's going to set precedent in this case, even if he doesn't want to, just because of the nature of this case.
Yep.
So it'll be very interesting to see how he does react to it, because no matter how he reacts to it, the domino is already dropped.
Good
I'm
point,
just so
Audrey.
excited
Good
about it. I could
point.
probably talk about it forever. Yeah.
No, I mean, you absolutely, just like I think that the precedent's already been set regarding the First Amendment. And when do you get to the point where you've irretrievably violated the First Amendment? Like, it was the media coalition, the attorney that came in when she argued that last time, because she of course represented when it was it AP at all versus second judicial district. It came back this time. The only difference was I think it was ABC was the lead, but AP still in the mix there. When she said, she was just so profound when she stated, look, the public needs to be in that courtroom to keep, checks and balances to make sure our courts are working properly, that the police who have all of this power to get a warrant issued when there's nobody there to represent the defense and look over, it's the First Amendment that keeps everything working. Any person should be able to go into any courtroom in the United States and watch proceedings, pre-trial and trial, with some limited exceptions, with juveniles and so forth. This wasn't possible here. I mean, they had a hearing. He closed the door, the hearing room, to members of the family, and to the members of the media. Yeah, we could watch it on the YouTube channel, but a member of the media watching it on the YouTube channel versus a member of the media sitting in that courtroom, two different animals here. So I want to see what this precedent is going to be regarding, when is this oversealing a real abuse, and and what are we going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again?
That's another
You know,
great example of these things. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead. Sorry.
she also, Wendy, I forget her last name. She's the attorney that represented the I'm going to call them the Media Coalition both times. I mean, I realize they were the interveners and then they became the interested parties. They got that language from the Supreme Court's ruling back in 2023 when they tried to set aside that gag order. But, what she said that, and she quoted case law that says the media needs to be their eyes and ears, public, make sure that the judicial system is operating. Hitler sort of used words to that effect in his order, in knock it off order, that just came out about a week ago, that has led now to this large amount. Well, I mean, we haven't seen this amount of evidence ever since the beginning of the case, ever. We got glimpses and pieces of what the evidence was in the motions to compel, but to have this large amount and such key information, like the photographs right here, shouldn't have taken 2+ years to have this.
Yeah, just like I don't know what happened. She dropped out, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that
just
happened to me before. She'll be back on, I hope.
yeah, I know because every time that you guys drop out and hop back in, I have to bring you up and kick out the other one. So
Yeah.
trust me, I know.
But anyway,
uh,
CJ, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I thought that Audrey made a very profound point, where she said whether or not Hitler realizes it, and Judge also, because he made a lot of the rulings before, and to some extent Megan E. Marshall, that they're establishing precedent that other cases will quote to, rely on, It might lead to certain changes in laws
Yeah,
across the
that's
country. We don't know yet. But
when
I
the
think that
case
you were 100% correct, Audrey, regarding,
when
I
the
believe, regarding the precedent that this case is setting and how it's going to be relied on.
well,
I,
I this is why I had the coffee cup in the beginning, Kathy.
there it
No,
is.
I'm serious
There it
because
is.
I knew that's why I even had my OJ series back in 2023 because I'm like, this is a case that is gonna. This is why it needed. This is why I had to put the coffee cup up because it's not only important for everybody to see the transparency of this, but it's also important because it's going to be a teaching moment for those kids that are still in school that come across this case, and it's going to make them want to be a lawyer. It's going to make them want to learn how to test DNA. It's going to make them want to learn all of these things because it's very important. We all know what OJ's case did back in the early 90s when it came to DNA, when it came to technology, hell, even when it came to contamination. This right here, I've been saying from the beginning, this is going to be a billion times more more of an impact than the OJ's case did. It's going to be like it, but it's way beyond it because now we're talking about technology that is way beyond the technology that they were talking about back in the early 90s. This is like way beyond all of that. Back then, it was about just blood. Now we're talking skin cells and touch and all of this other stuff. This is completely, it's why the experts that are leads in this investigative technology tell you that it's an art, not a science. You can't get any credentials for this kind of work because it is an art.
It's
You're
an art. Yeah.
manipulating and you're creating. It's not quite a science yet. That's why you don't have anybody that can get a degree and even really necessarily teach it. It's an artwork because they're manipulating things. And so yeah, it's going to be one of those that has to be transparent. And so when it comes to Judge, he wasn't Judge. He's not going to make the decision. He was too much of a scaredy cat to make a decision because he realized the impact that this would have not only on society, but also for the future when it comes to how things are even maybe how even warrants are processed for the future. It could change so many different things in the court system, the legal process, and even when it comes to the technology. So it's always going to be important. It always should have transparency. And I'm glad that that stuff's finally getting unsealed because I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some kind of stipulations now beyond this on how things even get sealed.
Yeah.
Like, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the stipulations upon stipulations upon stipulations. It's until you look at the case summary page, going back to, our affidavit of probable cause. That's the item number one. That you realize. I mean, it is breathtaking the amount of documents that have been under seal in this case on top of the gag order from the beginning of the case. Yeah, there were hearings that happened that the public had no notice of. Back when, do you remember that controversy when it came out that Ann Taylor, her office had represented Xana's mom, Mrs.
Yeah.
Granodal?
Yeah.
Okay, they had a hearing. They had a hearing about that issue. And there was no notice of hearing. It was Megan Marshall. It was Brian Koberger. It was Ann Taylor, and it was Ashley Jennings. And that's when that issue was brought before the court. The court held a hearing, asked Mr. Koberger, "Do you have an issue with Ms. Taylor continuing to be your lead counsel? He replied in the transcript, no. And then Ann Taylor's talking about what she did. She contacted the Idaho Supreme Court. Was this a conflict of interest? They told her no, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't until we found out, we the public found out about that hearing when the Gonzalez family met with the prosecution and I guess members of the team. They found out like a month later that they were having hearings like this behind no notice of hearing, no nothing. And it was only then that transcript got released. And that's when they also, do you recall? I mean, everybody talks about the media coalition, but it was really the Gonzalez family who filed the first paper regarding getting clarification about that gag order. So point being, look at the case summary page and look at all of the things that you see with the lock and key icon as opposed to PDF. That indicates a hearing. It indicates a filing, one of the briefings, a motion, response, reply. Those are the briefings. And look at how many things have been under seal in this case. It is mind-boggling, and I still don't get it. And going back to Judge's position being, CJ put it, a quote unquote scaredy cat. That decision to not make a ruling is a decision, right? So many things sat for a long, long, long time and didn't get ruled upon. And that was a decision that impacted the case.
Let me see here. All right.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, this is why I'm showing this car. All right. So when I show this car, this is why I feel, like I said, you got the ovalness. It comes up from the bottom and gets skinny. So you got the ovalness. It comes up from the bottom, gets skinny. It goes straight across on the top. You have these pictures right here. Okay. And it could be a Charger, but I think it's a Dart because, like I said, with the other photo, it's like it's a shorter car than the other one. And so when you're looking at, because somebody's bringing up, we'll show it at night. Well, I'm going to show you what an Elantra looks like at night. I'm going to show you what the Dart looks like at night, or the Dodge. You got the Dodge. You have this, the oval shape. It goes up and gets skinny up here. It goes straight across on the top. You go to this one. The Elantra doesn't have a light source that's going across. You see what I'm saying? So when you see the Elantra at night, this is not creating a continuous light source across the top. That's why I go back to this picture right here, because it's creating that continuous light source. Send me a picture, Crime. I've asked you to send me a picture a little bit ago. Let me know if you sent one. That's why I'm continuing to go with this one, because it creates that similar light source. So when you're looking at this photo over here, let's see, let me get to that one. Let's see. So when you go back to this car, so at nighttime, you can even send it on Twitter. So when you go back to nighttime, okay, and you see that same pattern of the Dodge, you get the same pattern of here. So at night, and it's just like the other photo, that chrome strip can create that reflection. But the more that I'm looking at this, I see this being, because it has the same shape that you're seeing right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's not, I've had so many pictures of cars being sent to me, and I'm looking at all these cars and I'm like, okay, that's fine. But where's the continuous light source? There's only a select certain of vehicles that are going to have that light source that is continuing all the way across.
Right. I'm with Audrey. A lot of this is over my head with these cars.
So if I go back to these again, and yes, that is an Elantra. I mean,
That's the Elantra right
it's a-
there?
no, this is a Charger.
Oh, Charger.
When we're going, this right here is an Elantra.
Whoa.
That's an Elantra. This is not this is not a continuation of a light source.
CJ, do you know what year this is off the top of your head?
This is the 2015.
Ah, this is his
There's-
car then.
there's
or
no
this would be a version of his car.
There's no continuation of a light source. You and
Wow.
any license plate light is not going to have that continuation.
CJ, I don't know if this is even possible. Maybe for a future show, but is there?
That's
any
why they came up
possibility?
with the Sentra first.
Wasn't that the New York Times?
Yeah,
It
that's
was one
why.
of the New York Times paper of record reported the original.
That's why they came up with this, and that's why as soon as I first saw this picture, that's why when I first saw this picture, this one right here, it made me think of the Nissan Sentra, because I was like, well, it has that chrome strip going across, so maybe the light would be reflecting, and I was thinking it was the Sentra because that's what they came out with the first couple weeks, because again, we went through that article and it showed you right here that they were looking for a Nissan Sentra from a model years 2019 to 2023, a week after the crime took place. This is from law enforcement, okay? It's from law enforcement. So when I see that photo, I'm like, well, hell, that's not an Elantra, because I already know Elantras don't have a light source that goes all the way across. So then you got to start thinking, well, okay, let me go back to the Sentra.
There you go.
You know, and I'm like, well, it's got that chrome strip. So then when I go back, well, chrome strip can reflect, but then I'm like, it's a lot shorter. It you know what I'm saying? So then Dog sends me that picture earlier too, and then I'm looking at that and I'm like, well, yeah, that actually does create the because this is what I'm looking for, and this is why a lot of the photos that I've been sent today and yesterday, there's criteria that doesn't match. Either the taillights match and the back window matches, but there's no continuous light source. Or there's a continuous light source, but the back window doesn't match. So there's all these different criteria that isn't or is, you know, but when it comes to the Dodge Dart is that's what I'm seeing, is the Dodge Dart. So
you're seeing a Dodge Dart right here. Suspect vehicle one's a Dodge Dart.
It could get into another vehicle. It's like I said from the beginning, when I looked at this photo, it's not the same car. That's what I know, because it's not the same color already. And the back windows are different. And I know an Elantra doesn't have a continuous light source going from one tail light to the other. So I already noticed those things as soon as I seen this picture. There was three different the fog lights on the bottom that illuminate the pavement, the continuous light from the rear end, and the window on the back doesn't match either.
Right.
Those three things right there, from the first time I seen this picture, I was like, it ain't it. And then you look at the color. That's four things right there. To me, don't match. Now they can to other people. That's why everybody has their own opinion, and that's why it's a beautiful community. You're allowed to have it as long as you're respectful about it. But at the same time, anybody can sit there and say what it could be. Just like this vehicle, you could have so many people coming out saying it's this. That's why I've had so many people send me photos. But the thing is I would respond to all of them. Well, it doesn't match the back. I mean, it's nice that it's got a continuous light source, but it's not matching that back window.
Mm-hmm.
It's not matching that back window, or that back window's there. Okay, but on the trunk, where's the continuous light source? It's not a license plate light, because if it was a license plate light, you would see this lit up right here. You don't see it lit up right there. It's a continuous light, a tail light. And if you can see the
Well,
same,
one thing,
you gotta check your eyes if
yeah,
you think these two cars are the same cars, because I don't know what to tell you. Get a new prescription.
I can see clearly on this car that's leaving that is aftermarket tint. There's no question about that.
This is definitely tinted, and that's not.
And that not only
Listen,
is that tinted, that's tinted aftermarket. So it's even darker than what it would be if you had bought it that way.
I don't know how. I mean, hey, I don't know. I don't know how people can think it's the same car, honestly, but that's just my opinion. And then, like I said, because I've been looking at so many different models, so many different, like I said, I've had people sending me photos the last 2 days, and the only one uh, that really makes sense to me is this Dodge Dart so far. Now, like, I'm still going to be looking
Yeah.
more into it as the weekend goes on. You know what I'm saying? I'm still going to be looking more into it as the weekend goes on. So, but as of right now, when I'm looking at this tail light, the way that this tail light is shaped, the illumination that this tail light would give, this tail light right here would give that morph of when you're looking at that image and how it's got the tail light, the bottom curves and goes up, the top of the continuous light is straight across. I really feel like this is I really feel like this is the tail light that we're looking at. I really do. I could be looking more into more cars and digging more into it, and then tomorrow it might be, oh shoot, well it's might be this model of
Uh-huh.
a Dodge or something. But I'm telling you right now, out of all the vehicles that I've looked through, out of all of the night photos of tail lights on, because that's what you got to look for when you're looking for when you're trying to dig through this photo, is because it's very important. It has to have that light just like it does in the rear. It has to have the continuous light source. It has to have that tail light that then blends in, and when you're looking at how this is and it curves up and it goes straight across on top, it really
Hmm.
does to me. It's and I don't think it's a Charger, because I feel like it would be a more elongated, a longer type of vehicle. And that's why I'm going with the Dart, because when I first look at it, it does look like a shorter vehicle too. And that Dodge Dart, when you're looking at it in the daytime, it is a shorter, here it is right here. It is a shorter vehicle. Now, aftermarket, yeah, aftermarket, because lowered to the ground. But when I'm looking at this, it's you got the same back window, the triangle, the same back window. It's not an elongated back window like the Ford is. It's not an elongated window. It's a little shorter one. So when you're looking at this angle, it's like if I flip this to the left, that's the angle of the vehicle that we're looking at. So if I flip the
Yeah, I
image,
want to point out one more thing. Yeah. Could you go back to the other one where it's that dark window? Now, there's light shining on that car, and
you,
each state has a law about what percentage your windows can be tinted, and that is so that police can see in your car. We cannot see in that car, so that's for sure aftermarket tint. And there is light on that car, so we should be able to see into there.
You
And
can
that's
see
how
the
you know
light.
it's aftermarket tint.
Yeah, and you would see a you would see a discoloration right here.
Yeah.
You would see that discoloration right there. And when it comes to Idaho, like I said, it gets dark at 4:15 at night. There's a reason why a lot of the states will allow you to have really dark tint in the southern states. It's because it protects the inside of the vehicle and keeps the heat out of the vehicles, and it's more of a protection kind of thing. That's why they allow it. But when you're talking about the north, you're talking about less sun exposure, less heat exposure. It's gonna be really hard. Yes, please be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody, listen, Crime, do me a favor, go have some Captain Crunch or something and come back. You just need to chill the F out. Like, everybody's entitled to an opinion, and just because you have yours, it doesn't mean you need to slam it down everybody else. This is ridiculous that we even have to just bring that up. But anyway, there's going to be, they're not going to allow that much of the darkness in that, because it's dangerous to operate that vehicle, because you would be in a position, to where you wouldn't even be able to see to your left or to your right because of how dark it is. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like what we brought up last night. You're gonna see, just like this right here, you can see that this car doesn't have tint because look at the difference in the color. You can see this doesn't have tint. You can see this does. And when it comes to the amount of light that is being emitted from the front of this vehicle, there would definitely be some light coming back in on the dash, and especially in this front section, because even if this is dark back here, this right here, you would see some of that lightness, reflection of the light being reflected through that, and it would show a discoloration of the front of that window. I just said Captain Crunch because I love Captain Crunch. I love cereal. It's one of my favorite snacks, and Captain Crunch is my favorite. So that's why I was like, hey, go have some Captain Crunch and come back. You know what I'm saying? Everything's gonna be all right. It always is. You just gotta have patience.
All right, so this vehicle right here on the right,
Yeah,
is the timestamp. I know we can't see it here, but it's 4:20 and some seconds. This is supposed to be the exact moment suspect vehicle 1 is seen speeding out of the neighborhood at a high rate of speed.
yeah, right there.
There it is, 4:20:47. Thank you, CJ.
Yeah, let's eat some cereal and chill, right? Hey, my favorite's Oops All Berries. I'm just letting you know. I love the Crunch Berries. They're my favorite. I'll eat those first.
So it's 4:20, right? 4:20, 47, 13 seconds away from 4:21. So this car, if this is the car that Brett Payne's talking about in the PCA, at 4:20, it's seen speeding out of the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. It's going to go ahead, make that right, hit Taylor, hit the intersection of King and Taylor, and then make I think a left-hand turn. Is that what turns into Walentis, CJ?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Taylor turns into Walenta because
real
they
quick,
said
right around the
really
corner.
quick.
Yeah. It's just
at that intersection right there at Taylor and King. It's the quick. He's going to just go maybe a few feet or something, and then he's on Walenta. It's no longer Taylor.
Yeah. Here, I drive Or actually, I think I leave that way on this one. Hold on. Let me see.
Great, because then I think even in Ann Taylor's filing here, where she dropped in the two photographs, she said that you could pick up the lights. That 1112 camera could pick up the lights on Walenta in the distance.
Well, this is
Wow, look at this.
it's late at night. This was right around when, let me see. I think this footage was like at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
So similar conditions, but it's
Right.
right around the year mark. I mean, it's a year almost to the day.
Oh yeah, it was from 11:08 to 11:15 when I was
Yeah,
doing all
year to
this.
the day. So here we go.
All right.
CJ's recreating.
And look at this. Pay attention to this too, because remember it's 11:08 to 11:15, and pay attention to how many windows are open. Okay, as we're driving. Now remember, the day that the crime was committed, it was a little warmer than the next day. The next day is when the snow came.
Right.
So as you're driving, look at all these windows that are
All these
open.
windows, all those cars.
Look at the windows across from straight ahead of us. Look at all these windows that are open.
CJ's now recreating what we just saw. Of course, this was out of the image of that picture. I'm going to hang a left right here.
And look at how close I am to that dumpster. I'm only going
yeah.
I'm only going a few mile an hour. That's why you're not ripping out of that parking lot, because you would have hit the dumpster, you would have hit a telephone pole, and then you might have hit a retaining wall that's coming up. And look at that window straight ahead of us. Open. The window to the right of us. Open. You're going to tell me that people never notice nothing. Look, you could hit that pole. You could hit that retaining wall to our right if you're burning out of there going fast. Now you see the house to our left where the camera was taken. This is right about
This is right
here.
about here is where that car is. Right here, CJ.
Yep, is where that car would have had the photo taken place. And that's why I say when it comes to that rear light, the reason that it would have that illumination that goes all the way across is because somebody is putting on the brake to their vehicle, because right up here, I'm already putting on my brake to slow down so I can turn the corner.
You got to slow down to turn this corner. Otherwise, you're going to wind up in one of these houses across the street, right?
Right.
So
It's so tight.
Look at the Sigma Chi right there.
Yep. And so to the right is Taylor, and right to the left is Walenta, and I'll show you where Walenta ends. It's
and
very
this is
short.
Banfield. That's Banfield straight ahead, right?
Yeah, that's Sigma Chi's house. So right now it becomes Walenta.
Wow, that quick.
Right now it becomes Walenta. See that street sign right there? All right. And then right up here is where it stops. It's just a very short part.
So one of those houses on the right, we think, and I know people they've identified, I don't want to say the address, is where like a photograph of SV1 was taken also, before you hit this.
I just went back just a skosh.
Fantastic.
Let me see. Drop what link, Sea-Dog? Sorry, I didn't see it.
Also, CJ, if we could point out just a few, right here at this corner right here, just a few yards to the right is where the undercover cop car was parked, in front of the fire hydrant, which some people have speculated the large male, the men's jacket might have been, no confirmation anywhere, but might have been Maddie's jacket that she was seen wearing the night before.
Yeah,
so all of these details right here are so important to this investigation. This is where everything happened.
Yeah, you'll see Banfield coming up here in a second. So this is me getting to the parking lot behind the house. So you'll see. So I'll pause it right where the vehicle for the police was parked.
please.
And I did
Yeah.
some footage of me getting out, walking around in this area and stuff like that. I just never posted it
I
yet.
don't remember seeing that. Yeah, that would be great to see
Yeah,
sometime.
I have 90% of it I haven't uploaded. And I'm going to be doing some members only stuff this weekend where I'm going to be digging through some of
Good.
that footage. So see where that truck is right there.
That's exactly where it was parked, and parked in front of a fire hydrant. The fire hydrant, you remember, Audrey, right? The next day, I think it was, or 2 days, like where they pick up the jacket and they put it right back on the hydrant.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's parked with that white truck right there is
Mhm.
blocking the fire hydrant. And Banfield is on the
Wow.
right.
This is so cool to
No,
see
this
it
is
at this
important
angle.
research.
Yeah.
Look at Sigma
Yeah.
Chi right ahead. The E and X symbol. How odd is that? Ethan and
yeah,
Zenith. Right to the right. That's now
Yeah.
listen, going back to the PCA, always have to go back. I mean, that's everything against Mr. Koberger. According to the PCA, we have it was BF, Zana, and Ethan that were at Sigma Chi, then walked back. We think maybe they drove, don't know. See that? Did you see that right? That CJ, did you see that car?
Yeah, there's
Did
an
you just back it
Elantra
up?
there's an
Yeah.
Elantra on the right. I already dug into it.
No, I'm just saying up one. I think that's Walenta that you could see a car, the light of a car up top.
Oh yeah, it was
Oh,
driving over
oh.
to the right.
That's Walenta behind. Yeah, that's Walenta from the perspective of the
Okay.
King and Queen intersection.
Right. So right here.
So
And
eyes
if you
peeled
pause it,
straight ahead,
yep,
there it is.
right
That's
there.
Walenta.
That's yeah. You see that car, the lights right there? Yeah, that's so as we're on this video, you'll see how I kind of go
Yeah.
up that road. You'll see the link to this one. I don't have these videos posted. I just use these for these aren't posted. I do have my first time I ever showed up to 1122 posted for members. And it was something that I think I posted it I think I finally posted it a couple months ago, so it shouldn't be too long in the members only section. So you should be able to I apologize. I don't have the links for it. But I know I recently uploaded it like 2 months ago. I finally uploaded my first trip to the house. But yeah. Wait a minute. But yeah, that's the road. That's the road. Hold on. Let me go back to here. So yeah, you can see that car kind of driving down.
Right. And so see
right
the
there.
perspective of this is behind 1122 King Road, or what is Walenta.
Leading up. Yeah, so Walenta curves around and goes up, and it's just a short road until it T-sections.
So, CJ, there's supposed to have been a critical photo taken from one of the homes on Walenta showing suspect vehicle 1.
I'd have to go to my footage during the daytime and
it's never been released. No, I'm saying it's never been released. It's addressed in the PCA and elsewhere.
I'll find it. I can find it in my footage. I'll just
that's
have
Walenta
to
right straight ahead.
Yeah. I'll have to scan because I'm already going to be digging through it. I'll look for that when I'm digging through my footage because I'm going to be doing that this weekend, going into the raw stuff and trying to
CJ, also
see what vehicles
the field behind what was 1122. If you keep walking just in a straight line, you go out the back, slider, and you keep you're going to hit Walenta ultimately, right? If you keep walking, you could literally just keep walking across the back, that grassy area, and then it kind of goes up. And if someone were walking, they could literally walk right onto Walenta from the back of the house.
Right? You would have to, I mean, kind of, you'd have to walk through somebody's yard no matter what. But if you're walking from that parking lot, you're going to end up on Ridge Road. So I'll show you here. Let me get another thing of footage here in the daytime so I can show you. Let me see. Let me use this one. Okay, let me go. Let's see here. So this is daytime. Okay, this is Taylor Avenue. You'll see the band field again, and I'll pause it to where okay, so okay, right there. Let me back up just a skosh. 6. Okay, it's got the play button covering the freaking video, so it's hard for me to tell.
That's the U of I tower right there to the right.
Yeah, it's the bottom left here. Okay, so see where that vehicle is? That's the last one that's parked to the left. That's where the cop car was parked.
Interesting.
And then off to our right is where the people were standing on the body cam.
Okay.
Right in front of us. So if we're going back here, basically you will hit Walenta if you walk straight back. If you walk straight back from here, so if you go down King Road and go straight back in between, you know, if you see that red car straight ahead of us, if you go in between the left car and that fence, you can walk. You're going to be walking up into somebody's yard, but you will end up on Walenta. But if you're walking straight back from the parking lot, it takes you to Ridge.
Okay, but behind the house, if you were just going to walk behind the house in a straight road, wouldn't that take you to Walenta too?
This right here? No,
behind
it takes
the house.
you to Ridge. Yeah, this is we're behind the house. So if you're walking up this area, this is why I'm showing this footage in the daytime. Because if you're walking up this hill, you're gonna end up on Ridge.
Got it. Okay.
Let me get a top-down version here. Let me see here. Okay, so here is the bird's eye. Okay. And well, it's a combination. It's Ridge and Walenta. You see how it's a mixture, but I consider it Ridge.
Walenta's very short, though. It's not that long, is it?
Well,
like you said.
Yeah, Walenta. See how it starts right here, where it goes Taylor Avenue and Walenta. So that's where I was showing you guys where it turned into Walenta. So basically, you turn here, you go by that house, and then it turns into Walenta. Then it's Walenta. So if you're on King Road right here, like I showed you guys, this is where that red car was at on my footage. You go straight back, it takes you to Walenta. If you're back here in the parking lot where I would have parked, and we're actually right here on the daytime footage that I showed you, you go straight back, it takes you to what I consider Ridge and what they consider Ridge on the PCA. They don't call it Ridge Walenta, they call it Ridge. And so that's why I'm saying Ridge, as in you go straight back to the parking lot, you hit Ridge, because right here is where you would have ended up. And then this is the other thing too, if anybody knows who resides at that address, which is pretty interesting considering the people that could potentially have something to do with the crime. It's also interesting that this was blurred out. But if you look up who lives in that house, you'll see there's a connection with somebody with the first initial E.
Say no more. All of a sudden, totally disappeared.
Yeah, because also, let me bring this back here. If you're going to the bird's eye again, let me bring you because I can show you easier on the Google Street. So if we're back here, okay, and you got this this fuzziness, right? So how do I go back? How do I go back? Is it this way? Okay, yeah. So right here is the fuzzy house, okay? Look at the backyard. You got the back parking lot. You can literally walk up here, and then here's this house that's blurred out. But when you come over here, you see this right here that kind of is highlighted like a road. It's not a road. It's a sidewalk. You see the sidewalk? Now, this sidewalk right here leads you to the person's house that starts with an E. Not only are they connected to the house that's blurred out, but also they can walk down this pathway right here and literally walk to their house as well. But this will show you how dark it is at that time too, because when you're, if you want to, you know, you're bringing up leaving through the back, walking, then I'll show you how dark it would have been, and it would show you how easy it would be to walk away at night. And this is the best way I can show it. So you see how illuminated the headlights create on what's in front of us, and you see how that darkness sets in quick as hell right above us. The light doesn't even travel that much because there's so much darkness up there. And this is one of the things I was worried about, because when I left and people, you see this green car here, there was a certain content creator that was attacking this person in the green car, because if you watch the demolition video, that green car had pulled up. The green car had pulled up in this spot, and I'll kind of give you what they were doing. And that green car, when I was doing my work, that green car parked to me all the time, because that was their parking spot. That's their normal parking spot. They were always parking to the right of me, right next to me. And this lady, and it was a lady, she was the one that could have been the one that created the most suspicious sense about me or whatever, and she treated me with absolute respect. And so when you see the video of the demolition and you see that same green car pull out of the parking lot like they are right now, you see the same green car pulling out like I am, and this is during the demolition. This was like at 7, 8 in the morning or something. I imagine they're probably going to work. So they sit here, and all of a sudden they stop and pause right here. And they sit there for a second, because there's all sorts of construction equipment. There's people that are blocking the road. So they sit there for a minute, and then they back up, and then they go around through the Queen Road apartments, kind of like this way. They go around through this route to get around the demolition stuff that's going down. And so somebody was like, "Oh, this is suspicious," you know. They were just sitting there, and I'm sitting there going, I've had like interactions with this lady for a week, and I'm sitting there going, I'm sorry, like, this is ridiculous that you're even going to do this. And because there was no, when you're looking at this right here, whoops, wrong one. When you're looking at this right here, you see that there's not and you see that there's not any kind of light back there. There's
No.
no there's no parking light. And so when somebody I literally called the Moscow Police Department as soon as that video came out, and I asked them, can you do me a favor? Can you please, I'm not asking you to go specifically to that parking lot, but with the way that shit is on social media and the way that somebody was attacking this person with this vehicle, I literally asked them, can you do me a favor when you're driving down Taylor? Can you swing up in this parking lot? Because I worry about this lady and something happening to her. The way social media is and the way that people will do stuff like that yeah, it's an older lady, man. and
Good.
and it was so
Wow.
scary. I literally called Moscow Police Department. I'm like, do
Wow.
me a favor, can you please at least do drive-by checks just to make sure? Because that's one of the things when I'm sitting back here is I'm like, dude, it is so freaking dark back here. Ain't nobody gonna see nothing.
How scary. I mean, just imagine. Here she is, minding her own business. For whatever reason, she decides to live in those apartments. Okay, she's got an apartment over there. She has to live with the fact that this horrible event is happening steps away from her, where she's parking and having to live her life. Going out the morning of the demolition, just minding her own business, trying to get to work, and you get one of these individuals, that attack her. I mean, that it's just mind-boggling what, some of the innocent people that had nothing to do with anything, but just because they're close to, oh well, that person looks suspicious. That's a green Elantra. They painted it. It's just all of these crazy theories that really hurt people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And colors show up different. It's kind of like what I was saying about the vehicle. When you're looking at the two photos, white is obvious. It's white on security cam. It's obvious it's white. When it comes to the colors, that's what creates that different shade, the difference in shade. And so no, that's not even an Elantra that's leaving. It's a completely different vehicle.
And can't be, I mean, it seems like it would be impossible to leave here at a high rate of speed,
You're not.
then to
Because
come to this intersection of King and Queen fairly soon, where you got to slow down to make this turn.
like it's like this. It's like this. You just got out of there. All right? You just committed the crime against four people. The last thing that you're going to do
Mm.
is get caught cuz you got in a frickin' car accident
Yeah,
right in front of the frickin' house. Like how
yeah.
stupid can you be? If
So you're gonna
anything, you're not going to race out of here because you already know driving up it's already squeezed tight. And when it comes to this spot right here, you don't even know if somebody is coming up that road. Because let me take you as I'm pulling up that road and you can see the incline. Your headlights are not going to be visible to the person that's coming from that direction, because look, your headlights, most of those lights, you see how high it is? You see where that dumpster's at straight
hmm
ahead? So if I'm driving down that way at a high rate of speed, you're not even going to be able to see. You're
right,
not even going to be able to see that I'm coming until you come around the corner of 11, until your visual opens up after you break the corner of 1112.
right. You're gonna have
And
to
you
negotiate this turn slow, fairly slowly and carefully, or like you said, you're not speeding out of the 1122 neighborhood. You're not getting out of 1120. You're not getting off of Queen Road right here. You're gonna be flipped over, on the side at that little ridge where the kids would walk down to get to the Sigma Chi and then back and forth.
Mm-hmm. And you can see, look at how far my headlights reach.
Right.
So basically, right now is where maybe here. Let me scoot it back just a couple seconds. Right about there is where you would notice, because all the vehicles too, right about here is where you would finally notice. So if you're pulling out of there at a high rate of speed, you literally not only are coming close to like clipping the dumpster, clipping the telephone pole, the retaining wall on the right side if your car slides out too much because of the force of gravity. You're putting your, like, you just got out of there alive against 4 people, because as much as you're going in there to do something to somebody, anything can happen and that weapon could slip out of your hand and be used against you too. So you
At any
have
time. Yeah.
you have a 75 to 25% chance, okay?
I
Because of,
think, yeah. CJ, the way that you just pointed it out there, it seems, nothing is impossible, of course, but it just seems implausible that whoever committed these horrendous crimes against humanity, these 4 people, 4 young people, they had to be familiar with that house. It couldn't have been the first time they're going in. I have a hard time. That house is weird the way it's built. You got all types of walls all over the place. It's got an add-on. The second floor in the back is really the first floor. It's just, I have a hard time accepting that this was committed by someone, strange person, going in the first time. Whether if it's Koberger, he had to have been in it before. Couldn't have been the first time he's going in there and committing this crime inside of 10 minutes. Imagine the frantic actions of doing what this person did to those 4 souls, and then running up and down hardwood floors, going to the second floor, back to the first floor.
well,
It,
even the step up between the second floor living room and the second floor kitchen,
oh
that
yeah,
that little step up, because if it's so dark in there and you can't see that well, you probably will trip.
you're going to probably trip on your knife. You're right, because that step there makes no sense. I don't know that it's low. If you're not familiar, kids probably tripped all the time, and people laughed. It was like, it was a danger to have that step that low, and when you're in it and then you're frantic and you're wanting to get the heck out of there. How you don't trip over that step and fall on your weapon? I don't know. I just, my gut, just by looking at these documents as long as I have and for how long I have, I have a very difficult time thinking that somebody went in there first time and pulled this off alone.
With all 4 of them.
Was fighting 4 people, right? And even if the idea was, I have one, okay, either you have one target, you got 4, right? Even if it's one target and the other 3, and I hate this term with a passion when it comes to this crime, but collateral damage, but still so many opportunities. There was a movie one time, Mickey Rourke, when he was very, very young. He played in a movie, Body Heat, film noir from like 1981, and he's telling, who's the guy who's playing his attorney. He was in Cheers, who was thinking about committing a crime because he was in love with a woman. He wanted to get rid of and he's like, "You got to understand, when you're going to commit a crime, there's 1,000 things that can go wrong, and if you can think of 100 of them, you're an effing genius."
Yeah.
Right? How many things could have gone wrong? And this was done by somebody who went in there alone, first time ever in the place. I don't know.
Well, no, because I think that I honestly think, I go back to Crimes, it doesn't matter how old my panel is. Will you please be respectful? That's like saying no disrespect, but I'm gonna be disrespectful. I don't know. Listen, go get some Captain Crunch for real, because my patience is getting really fucking thin. Okay, seriously, I'm not playing. I'm tired of your shit already. But when it comes to this is why when I first got there, the first time that I not in the daytime because the first trip I got there was in at night. The first time that I parked back there at night, I pulled up and I sat here and I went, "Holy hell." You see the light source in the middle to the left?
Yeah.
That's Sigma Chi's house.
Wow.
You have a complete bird's eye view of the entrance and exit from that area. Not only you have that, but you literally, like in the daytime, um, you can see everything. Okay, so we'll go back to the night version in a second. So I'm gonna show you in the daytime. Now, just imagine on, if we're looking at this house, right, and I park right here. This is what stood out to me because when I got there at night, and as the week went on, when I started to realize nobody's even really paying attention to me as I'm sitting in my vehicle working on my computer, my face is illuminated. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not suspicious to anybody. And I'm sitting here going, anybody could have sat back here and sat here and smoked a cigarette or whatever just to act busy. And when you look at this right here, imagine if it was just some bedroom lights that are on. So then when you're looking at this and you see how dark it is, and then you picture just a couple bedroom lights on, that's really scary. It was like when you're talking about like being able to have that perfect view.
Yeah.
You can see everything from here. You can see everything inside the house. You literally have the perfect view to sit there and see what's going on. And then when you look at this video right here, this shows you how just a step out of the vehicle, look at how close you are. So imagine I'm a stalker, right? And
Right.
it's that dark, it's this dark out at night, and I'm a stalker, and I'm coming up here. I take 2 steps out of my vehicle and look at how close I am already. They can't see me.
Well,
Look at
that's right. I mean, so you're talking about you would be able to do a lot of recognizance.
yeah.
Pre-event, you go back there, whether you like your theory, person maybe living right next door, parks there anyway. Perfect scenario. Goes out, smokes a cigarette, whatever the case may be, walks down there. Nobody questions you when you were there, as you said, at the first anniversary. If somebody's living in the area, they're not going to question them. They could go there and literally look into the back of that house and see everything.
Yeah. Because she's part of her channel. Just as I already knew that, but just as you're going off to the left a couple steps, right? Like you get out of the vehicle, you go a couple steps to the left. I know, questioning our age when we should be asking hers. You go off to the left a little bit, and then you like right here, right? I just take a couple steps out of the vehicle, and this is where I'm at. Okay, compared to this right here, I take a couple steps out of the vehicle, and this is where I'm at. Now I could literally take another step or 2 to the left, be camouflaged by that tree, and I could still see inside the sliding glass door for the 3rd floor, the sliding
Right.
glass door for the 2nd floor. I can see the bedroom windows.
You could see everything.
You
I
can
mean, it was
see
all
everything.
what is that term? Fishbowl effect, right?
Yeah.
Look in, see everything. See, I mean, Kaylee's room especially, with the two sliders, and maybe that, it was open to let the dog out because the dog was going to be there for a while, had been there all night, has to go out, has got to do his business. Maybe that door's left open a little bit for him to go in and out onto that patio.
Well, it's like so when I show up, this is like I said, when I go to these places, I have to look at it, and it doesn't matter whose name's involved. This is so immature. It doesn't matter whose name's involved. What matters is we're talking about contamination and facts of evidence that contradict each other. It could be Joe Schmo. It doesn't matter whose name it is. But when you're looking at this, when I'm here and I'm seeing here, let me pull up this photo because I need to use this to kind of explain it where I'm coming from. When I first showed up, where's that photo? So basically, oh, I need that photo. Hold on a minute. Because it'll really help explain it. Where's that damn photo? It's a photo showing the third floor deck from the road. I took a photo. Dang it.
Wow.
Yes. Hold on a minute. I know it's in here. I just used it the other day when I had AR on. Because I was asking him, because I'm like, if this is how if I was going to break in and here it is. If I was going to break in and commit this crime, this is what I would have done. And he totally agreed with it as well. So because of these the same parts, and I'm going to explain this to you. So this is the side of the road right here. Okay. Now, right over here is the parking lot. So let me take you to this footage right here, and I want to show you this part. Okay, so as we're going up this road, and then I'm going to turn, I want to show you guys how much that raises up compared to where I'm at. So I'm standing right where that SUV is, right to our right. That's where I'm taking the photo. Look at how much it climbs up even more. Okay, so when you're looking at this part, you'll see that the hill and the ground goes up
It
width.
goes up. It's
It goes
elevated there.
up width, right? So
Isn't it built like into the side of the mountain or something, or the hill?
yeah,
That's
it's
why.
carved. Yeah, so this right here is where it starts to go up, and it goes up very quickly because you guys seen how close I was to the house, right? It goes up very quickly. It's not very far at all. So when I get there, and like I said, I have to look at it like the person that committed the crime, and I have to approach it of the person that had the crime happen to them. I have to look at it in all different ways. And so when I'm over here, this is why I automatically thought that somebody gained access from the third floor, and broke. And if they did break in, there's no signs of forced entry, but I could see somebody forgetting to leave the door locked. I could see somebody leaving the door locked in case somebody got there and wanted to let them out. Who's going to think somebody's entering the third floor door? Because nobody is going to think that anybody's going to be coming into the third floor door because there's no stairs. How many of us have doors that are upstairs that lead out to a deck, and sometimes you forget to lock them? Quite often, you might not even think about it because you're like, ain't nobody climbing up here and this and that. But when I got there, I noticed how elevated it was. I noticed that there was landscaping bricks right here that I could have literally taken a couple and stacked them up right there. Next thing you know, I lunge myself up on this part because it sticks out a good 1.5 feet. I lunge out on this part and I pull myself up the third floor deck The reason that I gain access to the third floor sliding glass door is because that is the last door that anybody is going to be entering their property, which means that is the last door that somebody would go, oh shit, somebody broke in.
Right.
Right. And so that's what led me to believe that the person gained access through the third floor very easy. You go off of the statements based in the somebody, I think a roommate was playing with the puppy. That was the first one. So to me, I'm
Right.
sitting there going, well, I could see the person gain access upstairs. Nobody in the house knows that anybody gained access to that room up there unless you go in that room or you notice that door. So that person could be hiding in that closet. And then the reason that you hear what you think is a roommate playing with the puppy is in fact the person that's coming out of the closet playing with the party dog that's going to be friendly to everybody, because a party dog is used to new faces. It just wants to be petted and loved. That's a party dog. There's been plenty of party dogs, and they love everybody because they're always like, "Oh, hey, boy." So that party dog isn't going to go "Ruh, ruh, 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 ruh," because
Right.
they're used to seeing faces they've never seen before, and they don't have that instinct to be like, "Oh, this person's going to attack me." No, they're probably, "Ooh, I just want some loving. I just want some loving," shaking their tail. So somebody plays with the puppy and then goes and commits the crime. I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if they left out this way too. Came out here, jumped down the side, because really it's soft dirt. It's 10 feet above the ground. It's soft dirt. And when you're talking about no footsteps or trails that led out, to me, somebody probably got into the room, which didn't have any red stuff on the floor, which would have been the bedroom that the dog was in, because all of the activity took place in the other bedroom, up and down the stairs, and into the second floor. So I could see somebody leaving something to where when they got back upstairs, they changed some stuff. And then they're running out here, jumping down, running up the hill to the car or up to the trees, and they're getting away in the darkness.
Yeah.
But this showed a lot right here when I got there, because
Yeah. And just in case, I mean, that didn't Madison have a big like M, pink M in her window,
there was a
signifying that was Maddie's bedroom. Yeah.
cowboy boot. Yeah,
And
it
the
was in
cowboy boots that she wore. Very
that
distinctive.
window. Yeah. Yeah. But that was on so right here is where her room was. This window right here.
That's the second crime scene.
But I always felt that somebody was there way before they claim that, somebody driving around. To me, that's why I always felt like it was somebody that lived and probably lived at Queen Road. And the reason that I say that is because when you go back to this video, okay, you go back to this video, and I want you guys to see how everybody's parked. And the reason why I started to learn, because I saw who came and who went and what apartment they were coming from when it came to the parking lot behind 1122. So the people that are living in these apartments to our right are parked along to the left. The people that are living in the apartments that are inside the walkway are parked in this section. Okay. So you have the people that we just drove by to get in there. They're all parking along the left side. The people, there's a walkway, sidewalk in between the two Queen Road apartments. Those people are parking right here. Okay, so now we're going to move up to another part. And the reason I parked there is because that's where a vehicle was parked for Linda Lane. And I wanted to show that. But see, you got this walk area right in between the two buildings. Those people that live in there are parking back over there. Now you could see the way that the people are parked here. Diagonal, like they're not coming in the way that I came in. They're coming in the other way. So these people right here that are parked off to our left are living in the right front section of the apartment building on our right. And then the people that are parked behind 1122 are living in this section of the apartment building. And that's why they park over here. So now you see how everybody parks and where they live compared to where they park. This is why I felt that somebody that committed the crime, I really feel, lived at that particular section of Queen Road, because they would have been the ones to sit here and park here when they come home from a long day. They come home, they're coming home from work, they're coming home from school. It doesn't matter. We saw how many noise complaints were taking place at this house. We heard about all the music and the loud music and the parties and all this other stuff. And you got people that are living up in that apartment building. And that's why, at first I laughed at the incel theory until I got there and I was here and I was like, holy hell, this is incel all over it. Because I could see that incel coming home or just walking out their front door, because as soon as they walk out their front door, they're at eye level with the third floor deck. They can also see everything that's taking place down here, because they would be literally looking out the window. And this is the view that, and this is the view that they would get. They could walk out their front door, look to the right, and yeah, you'll see the pillar see-through pillar things, but you can literally sit there on your chair and sit there and watch people party and do all sorts of stuff. And I could definitely see somebody that was rejected, that maybe even tried to go to these parties. You saw how many times that they were having parties where the roommates weren't even there. They had to, hey, we got the cops that showed up. We need you to come down here. We need you to talk to them. That weren't even there. So I could see this person that maybe tried and got denied or got shut down, and then they were just that person that would come in and try and party, but they were just that awkward person that people at the party would be like, why is this person here? Who invited them? I don't know. It's just weird. They're just standing there looking around. And I could see this person getting upset that they got to listen to these people have fun, getting upset that there's guys flirting with the girl that they're interested in that they can't even get a chance with, getting upset because maybe they're just trying to focus on school and they're tired of the fun that these sexual beings are having when you're coming, when you're talking incel, because they are getting what they are getting what I deserve. That's not fair and all this other stuff. And it's in your face. No matter you open your window, you open your back window, you can hear everything from that house. You can't get away from what's being shoved in your face. And if you're an incel, you totally hate all of that. That's why you're an incel. That's why you do what you do as an incel. And the fact that you can't get away from it when you shouldn't even have to. It's kind of like the incel saying, why should I have to park in the other parking lot so I don't have to hear them having fun? Why should I have to keep my window shut so I don't hear them have? It should be them that should be quiet. It should be them that follow the rules. It should be them. And as that's taken place in over a couple month period, as that person is being exposed to all this stuff that they can't stand, I can see how that can build up rage to a point where somebody doesn't even, they're going to go in there and they're going to do it because they're tired of it. They don't deserve to have the fun because I deserve to have the fun. When you really think about the whole incel, the Elliot Rodgers stuff, and we did a deep dive on that with Rosie. Whenever you think about that stuff right there will create the rage that somebody can go in there and it doesn't even have to be necessarily planned out weeks in ahead. That person literally could have had a bag in their closet for the day that this was going to take place. They had maybe prepared themselves this whole time. You know what? I'm going to keep this, and when the night presents itself, that's when it's going to happen. And they came home that night and they're like, oh, shoot, it's all quiet. It's all quiet. Ooh, Kaylee's back in town. It's game time. I just don't know how nobody didn't hear anything.
Well, one thing's for sure. I mean, just the description of the horrendous injuries. This was, as they say, a crime of passion, of something, and anger, jealousy, rage, money, unrequited, love or relationship, or as you say, incel. It had to have, this isn't, somebody decides to burglarize this house. They burglarized 10 this week and this is number 11. No, this is filled with anger and rage.
Mhm.
And for them to, I mean, to have suffered those injuries, it's just the amount of emotion that had to have been, and adrenaline that had to have been running through this person or person's bodies had to have been astronomical.
Well, and there's a comment about they wouldn't have left two alive. Well, think about it like this. Then why would the students in Columbine be walking by students and go, "No, you're cool, dude. Just get out of here."
Right.
Maybe those two girls, when maybe the dude tried to crash a party a couple times, and maybe those two girls were actually nice to him. And that's
Or maybe they just wanted to get out of there, book it. They're get in, get out. Maybe they heard something. They thought that, hey, cops are going to be here. I got to get the heck out.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's true for sure yet. Like I said, I was hearing like Dylan was yelling out the doors, "Shut the fuck up, keep it the fuck down." But when, if I'm thinking like, why would somebody be left there? If she really did see him and he seen her, right? Why would they be left? And it's because maybe maybe Dylan and Bethany actually said hi back.
Right.
Maybe they came up to the other girls and are like, "Who are you?" You know what I'm saying? And but when who says Bethany and Dylan weren't like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" And that could be all it takes. Because they obviously had to have rage you see the rage that was involved in it. They had to have rage for these particular individuals.
Right.
And they didn't towards others. So that's why it's like, were they told not to say anything? How do you, that whole, after what took place and how they were able to, like even Dylan able to run downstairs and go jump in bed. You know what I mean? Like, that's already weird too. But the fact that you opened your door, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I feel like if the person was walking, if they're walking through that doorway, the good light sign is illuminating their face, right? So let me bring this up real quick. Where's the here it is, right here. So you see right here, this good vibe sign, and that's why I kind of feel like it was there, because it was a night light for that step. For if all the lights were out, this is going to illuminate that little section to where you can notice that there's a step there. So if somebody's walking out right here, okay, and that good vibe light is kind of illuminating the right side of their face, which would allow somebody to see a reflection and then the eyebrows or whatever. When somebody, it's kind of like, so when you're committing this crime and you listen to Mabbott and she tells you how messy it is, when you have all of that stuff coming, because it's going to be splatter, Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be splatter all over. There's also going to be splatter on your face.
Right.
And the last thing that you can do is wipe your eyes with bloody all over your hands. Okay. So to me, I imagine this person committed the crime, obviously not wiping their face off. They're just going in, and they can't wipe their face off because then if anybody has ever had blood in their eyes, it
Mm.
stings. It stings, and it also creates a blurry vision
Mm.
in your peripheral. Okay. So if you think about it being dark in here, you know that the sliding glass door doesn't have a curtain. You know that the sliding glass under right in front of the sliding glass door, nailed to the deck, is some of those Christmas lights that lit up that patio. So if you're walking through here, it's pitch black. This is the only light that you have. Your view is already going to be distorted because of that. You're automatically going to focus that way, and as you're walking through this doorway, even though it's fuzzy to you because of the blood and the sweat that's mixed up within your eyes, you're going to notice the light source that's coming from the sliding glass door, because you don't have to have perfect vision. You just see there's a light source, even if it's fuzzy. And that's why I think that even though Dylan opened the door, I don't think the person did see her,
I
because
agree.
the peripheral would have been blurry from the blood and the sweat. And when you're walking through here, your eyes are going to focus on that light source, because if you're trying to leave, you're trying to get out, you know that you can get out that way because of the light source, then you can get out of there. And that's why I think, like, once they crossed there, it was something. And listen, Dylan only has to creak that door open
Right.
a quarter inch to a half an inch to be able to see with one eye, what's going on. So she can barely have it open. It's dark. You got the fuzzy peripheral from the blood and sweat. You turn that corner, you got the focus of the light going out there. That's how I can see this person not noticing that she's seen him, because
Right.
I don't see how somebody that went in there to went to go 4 people and to leave a witness behind. You would have listen, I already did 4, I might as well do 5. I don't understand how they get left alive.
No, I agree. CJ, I think that was a great explanation. And imagine, all right, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. She's admitted. I mean, she was out drinking. It's not like she's studying, having milk and cookies. They're partying all night long. She's in her room, and fuzzy, and she doesn't want to open the door, open up all. I would think, just thinking, as a young girl, you don't want to open the door and see a bunch of guys, Ethan's friends, standing there, and oh, hi, how are you? Just want to kind of peek out what's going on. And I would think that if this person wants to get out of there in one piece, his focus is going to be getting the heck out, because Moscow police could be showing up at any minute. He's got to not only hit that door, he's got to clear the area. And that's going to take a few minutes. He's already been in there. Your theory is, CJ, that it wasn't between 4 and 4 20 necessarily. Might have been in there at 3 o'clock, might have been in there at 2 o'clock and onward.
Yeah, and thank you, Sea Dog, for the $5 super chat. If you want to live my friend and say, if you tell it, yeah, like
Hmm.
just like if something's going down, I'm not waiting. I'm not gonna wait until somebody tells me I need to call 911. As far as I know, one of my friends could be up there still clinging to life, and who knows? Maybe I could have saved them with
I don't know.
that phone call. That's what I'd be thinking. That's why I said. That's why I said if somebody's around me and a crime takes place, and you don't call 911, I'm going to haunt your ass for the rest of my life, and I'm telling you that before I die. I will haunt your ass. You don't call 911 for me, and cuz who knows? We don't know We know some of the extent of some of the injuries, okay? But we don't know for sure that somebody wasn't alive for 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes or if somebody would have been able to get there and get them back to the hospital in time, maybe they could have had some percentage of chance of making it. Maybe they could have gave, some kind of statement. I mean, to sit there and I don't know how you didn't even hear anybody scream or make noise or show some kind of distress. Like there's a completely different sound when it comes to distress than when it comes to a prank and kidding around and normal discussion. There's a different kind of level of distress. And if you have this kind of activity, 4 people in between from the same floor that you're on to the bedroom that's directly above you. Think about living in an apartment and you got people that ain't even slamming their feet down and you can hear them walking around. Like, you had to have heard something. And so for you not to call, you don't know if one of your friends was lying up there clinging to life still. And if you let them just go because you're chilling in the basement, not even trying to call 911, to me, you can't be that stupid. I don't know how somebody could be that freaking stupid, especially if they're your friend. I mean, hell, even if they're not your friend, you see something happen across the street. You see something happen at Walmart. You're calling the freaking cops, man. Even if you don't know them, never seen them before in your life. The only thing that tells me that somebody didn't want to and probably was talking the other one, just no, don't worry about it. We don't need to call them. It's not that serious. To me, it sounds like somebody that was in that second bedroom or that bedroom on the second floor, and I'm saying Dylan, it was almost like maybe she recognized this person and knew who they were, or she was told not to say something. You look at the background of the characters that Dylan associated herself with. Sketchy MFers already. People who thought they were thugs up in Idaho. Sketchy people already. And so when it comes to not calling, and then you look at the 911 transcript and somebody's trying to tell you the truth and the other person's trying to distance. I don't live here. I live to the right. But just a second ago, I was just about to tell you one of our roommates. Well, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Not one of their roommates. I live to the right. Bullshit. You wanted to distance yourself, and it makes me feel like somebody was like, don't effing say something. If you call the frickin' cops, I will come back for you. I will come back for you. Don't say shit. And the reason that they wouldn't say anything is probably because they knew who it was more than the other roommates did. Don't say shit. And trust me, if you call 911, I'm going to know. And I will come back and I will finish you and I'll go after your family too. So then when she goes downstairs, no. So when the phone gets handed to her and she's got to be on there talking to 911. One of their roommates. I live to the right. I'm going to distance myself because I don't want the guy that just told me don't call frickin' 911. I don't want him to know that I called 911, right? Because then as soon as he knows that I call 911, what happens? And I'm wondering if that's why they made sure at first that they weren't going to release it, because they're like, shoot. It makes me wonder if that's why at first they came to the conclusion that listen, you don't have to worry. This was a targeted attack. It makes me wonder how much Dylan really frickin' knew because that would mean a targeted attack, right? If somebody came in and did what they did to those 4 people and then told Dylan, don't effing say nothing or I'm going to come back and finish you, and I'll come back and finish your family. Don't say shit. That would be a targeted attack. That would make police feel like the public was safe and they didn't have to worry about that person going to commit that crime to another neighbor in that area, because they already know, look, we know it was targeted because the one of the surviving witnesses was threatened. They didn't get attacked. So that's, you look at all these different things and you're just trying to make sense of all of it. And I don't even know. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. I didn't understand before how somebody could fall asleep and not call 911 for their friends, because I don't even know how you can fall asleep in the first place. But how can you fall asleep now that we know that she actually texts this stuff and then she ran downstairs? Bethany didn't even know, because Bethany at 4:22 was talking Xana. So Bethany had no freaking clue what was going on. Bethany's bedroom was on the other side of the building, underneath the living room. That's where Bethany's room was, underneath the living room. So she might not have really heard nothing, but when you're talking Dylan, you're on the same floor and you're on the bedroom directly underneath Maddie's room. But the way that Bethany talked in this conversation was like she didn't know. When Xana was wearing all black, you're talking Xana at 4:22. To me, that says you don't know what's going on. To me, it says Dylan knew what was going on. So then when you look at the 911 call and you see somebody trying to tell you the truth, no, we saw, and then no, they saw. It just kind of goes right in line with, I feel bad for Bethany, and that's why they probably are telling you that Bethany has the exculpatory evidence, is because Bethany was telling the damn truth. Dylan was the one keeping her mouth shut. Look at the people that
Makes
Dylan
sense.
associated herself with.
Mm-hmm.
For real.
Yeah, and he even had a what did he make, a Facebook post that said that he was definitely in was it Boise, her boyfriend, and it was a little odd that he posted that just to say that he was somewhere else.
Yeah, and then people start going on trips and stuff. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you start to look into all this stuff. Dylan is the most scandalous out of that whole frickin' household. Look at the people she associated herself with. Look up their records. Look up their history. Look up their background. Hell, look at hers. But look at the people that she associated herself with. She was the most sketch to me. And then she was the one that invited Kaylee for the +1. She was the one that invited Kaylee for the +1.
And she also addresses Kaylee in the most familiar way out of all of, from what we can see here, because her texts to Kaylee were more direct than they were to any of the others in the house. So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And who is she yelling? Who is she yelling to shut the fuck up? She's yelling up. Oh, well, that's just what I heard. It's not out, but upstairs. I think Dylan was jealous as hell of Kaylee.
Yeah.
I really do. Let me see here. Sea Dog with the $2 super chat. BF getting engaged. Yeah, I know, right? The 4 Lifers t-shirt. But I really feel like Bethany I really feel like Bethany when you see this stuff, right? Especially the stuff that's come out the last couple days. Uh when you look at where Bethany's room is and you look at Bethany, yeah, we walked home together and I could see her just going into her door. The other, Xana and Ethan are going up around to the sliding glass door. I can see her going to bed right away, and she would be the one that really wouldn't. She would be the one that would least likely know what was taking place in there because she's more isolated down there in the basement of the whole house. She's kind of isolated in a way.
Yeah.
Besides that half a wall. But really, it really shows me a lot when you see the text messages and she brings up Xana at 4:22. That to me tells me that she didn't know anything, and I really feel bad for her. Because I really feel like when you're looking at these messages, you obviously don't know what's going on because Dylan is the one talking to BF, and I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. So am I, and she's sitting there asking questions like, actually, she's asking questions. And then when you look at this 911 call, I really feel that's why I feel like A is Bethany, because I feel like Bethany was trying to tell the truth. And it's like, why was...
Like it's...
Huh?
It looks like someone was trying to tell the truth, and if that's Bethany, yeah. It looks like she got cut off a few times.
Mm-hmm. And you see the ... That's a pause in conversation. So that's why I feel like when there's two people talking to the same operator, that's why I feel like they were on speakerphone. They were on speakerphone and they were both talking. And so I can see Bethany going, "No, we saw," and then Dylan's going, "No, I'm going to answer." Yeah. "Oh, they saw." "No, we saw." "Oh, they saw." And then here's the mistake here from A1 again. One of the roommates. And then let me distance myself from it here,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It tells you a lot. It really does. And it really and I don't know. I'm wondering if this text message, why didn't it start at 4? You know what I'm saying? Like, it should have started at 4, right when everything was going down. And I really wonder what that says. And if this was what was sealed, then why is the other stuff sealed? I would like to know that, because I'm wondering, is it going to show Dylan and her animosity towards to the roommates upstairs in text messages? Is it going to show something different when it comes to the statement of her in the Exhibit A? Is it going to show a different kind of description? But what we do know is that right here at 4:22, Bethany talks about Xana wearing all black. So I don't think the messages before that are even anything that are descriptive of what the person looked or appeared like or anything when it came to the crime, because BF is bringing up Xana at 422. There couldn't have been that much conversation about the person that committed the crime in those text messages. So what is that would need to be sealed? Yeah, someone was telling her to cut off the combo. Yeah. I really feel like Bethany was probably really trying to do the right thing. You know, I wouldn't be like, I bet you if the roles were reversed and Bethany was on the second floor bedroom and Dylan was downstairs, I probably would have felt like, because Bethany, when Dylan comes down there, she's suppressing information already. So Bethany really doesn't know what's going on, you know? And she could have
Yeah.
went upstairs, but you don't, Dylan, no, don't go up there. Trust me, don't. I don't know what's going on with all the pranks that were taking place too. So Bethany could have been in a position where I really don't know. I have somebody that was up there telling me to stay down here and be safe, you know, this and that. Oh gosh, you know. But I bet you if Bethany was the one on the second floor and Dylan was on the downstairs, I don't know. I feel that Bethany probably would have placed that 911 call while she was still in the fucking bedroom.
Yeah.
Because to me,
Heather said something. Sorry, Heather said something interesting. She says they did not have to show these words in the filings. They could have just supplied the CDRs and the full transcripts. This is cherry picking. It certainly is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty bad when Steve G is like, why were these even sealed? You got his attorneys saying, I'm pissed off for everyone because they're real. Like, this stuff shouldn't have been sealed. And the fact that this stuff was sealed and everything that it's created since the beginning, there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. And I'm glad that he went off a couple days ago and he yelled at both of them, stop sealing shit, you know? Stop sealing it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised. If he lets some stuff that in a normal, you know, in a normal, comfortable setting, he probably would have been like, yeah, we'll keep this part sealed. But I bet you there's going to be some parts that are coming out now where he's going to go a little bit extra on making sure that it's not sealed when it comes to different things, just because of the games that have already taken place. So
yeah, you think Hitler will keep unsealing things?
Yeah. Oh yeah. With the way that he came out a couple days ago, I think that, you know what I mean? Like, if this didn't take place and the things that were sealed in you know, in the proper way and, you know, for good cause and all this other, not this shit. If things were sealed in a proper way, then I would see him being the 50-50, like, okay, like I get it, you know. But when somebody pulls this crap, you go a little bit above the opposite. When somebody's trying to be this secretive and you're like, there's no reason for it, I could definitely see him granting some unsealing of some stuff that in a more comfortable setting, he wouldn't. I can see him doing a little extra because of what has already been done. What has already been done is we've not gotten 100%. So I can see him making sure that the public gets a little more than 100% to make up for what was already done, because when the boy cries wolf over and over and over, eventually you got to call the damn bluff.
Yeah.
And I think
I
he's
hope
at
you're
that
right.
point.
That would be great. Yeah.
I think he is. He's heard enough wolf calling and he's like, no, you especially with this. And you look at all the I mean, hell, look at all the conversations that have spawned just from these text messages, and that have spawned from the 911 transcript. Even though stuff's redacted, you see the stuff that's being discussed. There's contradictions in both of these documents when it comes to the statements in the discussions that are taking place. There's contradictions in each one. There's contradictions in
Yeah,
everything.
I feel like these are a reasonable doubt for Brian, because these are very strange interactions.
Yeah. It's questions and contradictions. It's a thing, a series I came up with in the very beginning for this case, because as I was looking at the stuff from back then, I'm like, there's too many questions and too many contradictions. And it's just like what we're seeing here this whole week. Look at all these contradictions. And each thing, the photo of the vehicle, the photo of the vehicle, each of these documents, hell, just what was just dropped today. Now the knife sheath that was recovered was under the covers. We were told that it was partially under Maddie.
And I forget which one. It could be this one. But didn't it say something like there were only 2 photos and 2 body cams of the sheath, and the original place of the sheath is hard to locate? And I was surprised that there were so little pictures. Okay. But does that sound familiar? I forget which one it was in.
I think it is. I've read so many documents today. Let me see here. Let me see. Just fine.
Listen, Linda RN, I don't believe this is the first case with the touch transfer.
Mark Carver. Look up Mark Carver. I'll drop the link I did the read through of the article. Mark Carver was part of the Innocence Project. Mark Carver. This is why I said if this would have came out about this guy back then, he would have been the first BK when it comes to touch DNA. But check this out. And here's the article. And I'll explain what happened in the case. Oh my gosh, where is it? Okay, right here. Article read through. So I read through the article of Mark Carver's case. So Mark Carver, and there's the read through of it. Mark Carver was out fishing with his brother, cousin. I can't remember. He was out there fishing with somebody that was close to him. They were fishing like 300 or 400 yards down from this area. So they're out there fishing. They're out there fishing, having a good time. And then an officer comes up to him. Hey, do you know anything about what took place down here? No, what happened? Well, there's a lady that's in her vehicle and somebody killed her. And she was left in her vehicle. We're just curious if you heard anything or if you seen anything. No, man, me and my buddy, my cousin, whatever, we just been out here fishing. We haven't heard anything. So you haven't heard any screams or no, we haven't heard any screams or nothing out of the ordinary. All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate, they get their information. The officer shakes Mark Carver's hand. So then the officer walks back to the vehicle where the victim is at. That officer then, with the same hand that he shook Mark Carver's hand with, he opens up the back door of the car. All of a sudden, next thing you know, Mark Carver's getting charged with the crime of that person because they found his touch DNA on the back door handle of the frickin' car. From the handshake that the officer gave to Mark, that officer went over there and opened up the door with his same hand, and that's how they charged Mark Carver for the crime. Mark Carver spent over 10 years in prison until the same DNA that was used to convict him was the same DNA that exonerated him. And so when it comes to that touch DNA, I came across that article in the beginning, and that's what changed my whole shopping habits. Because I'm like, hold on a minute. And I brought up my coffee cup because I love coffee. And I brought up, so I could be at a coffee cup store and I pick up this coffee cup and I'm like, let me open the lid. And I'm opening up the lid and I'm looking in it and I'm like, no, I need it to be a little bigger than that, right? So I put the lid back on it, and even if I'm just looking at it, right? I'm just looking at it. I put it back on the shelf. Somebody could literally come by, pick the coffee cup up, throw it in their basket, do the nasty thing and not wash it before they use it. And next thing you know, they're touching this. They have a microphone stand at home. They got that coffee cup that I touched. Who knows how much earlier, but it's back there now. Now they're touching it. They're getting their hands all over that coffee cup. They did the nasty thing and didn't wash it before they use it. Then they go to move their microphone arm, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in. Oh! They start doing some dusting on the microphone arm. All of a sudden, they found the same touch DNA that was on the coffee cup, and I just went and looked at the damn coffee cup. I didn't even come in the house, but somehow my shit is on this microphone stand. That's the day that I quit picking up stuff, because I like window shopping. I like going to different stores, and I may not be interested in buying it, but I want to take a look at it and study it and observe it, and I'll take and so that just totally changed how I shop from this point on, because the last thing I'm going to do is pick up something if I'm not really interested in purchasing it anymore. You go to a garage sale and you pick something up and you look around. Oh, I don't really care for that, but that's cool to look at. I like to do that at stores too. I like to just, hey, this is pretty neat, and look around at. I don't do it no more. I literally don't. If I'm not interested in getting something, I ain't picking it up. Because the last thing that I'm going to do is have some shit like that happen, and all of a sudden, nope, ain't happening.
That's a great example. That's really good.
I've never heard of Attica. But yeah, it's like with Mark Carver, though. Like, that shit can happen, man. And what's sad is that his buddy, his friend, literally had a heart attack the day before. It was either the day before the trial was starting or the morning of that the trial was supposed to start, and he passed away from a heart attack. Probably the stress that was brought on by all of this, and the fact that you did this to somebody that it's so wrong. It's so wrong, because who says that guy wouldn't be alive? It's horrible. Like, check it out, you guys. Like, it's like a 25-minute read through. Just check out the story. It's wild. And this was in 2010, I think, is when this took place. 2010, 2012, something like that. So no, we could be talking about Mark Carver right now. It doesn't. It's that's why it's like, oh, BK lover. No, it ain't about loving BK, because it ain't about BK. I don't know if BK committed the crime because I wasn't freaking there. What I'm talking about, right? Listen,
it's preposterous.
He could have committed it. But what I'm talking about, like, seriously, that's why I don't understand these immature people that are one side or the other. It's not about one side. It's a one side or the other. It's about contamination, the truth, and how it's supposed to be done. Because if this was any of our family members, I'm sorry. If this was your family member, I bet you a lot of you wouldn't be saying the same shit you're saying today. If it was your mother, I bet you'd be a different story. Well, that don't. If it's your mother, well, that car don't look the same to me. I'm sorry, officer, but when it's not your mother, and it's an ego thing, oh yeah, that car is so similar. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta think. So when you have the ability to put yourself in other people's shoes, like only some of us can, obviously, when you have the availability to put yourself in other people's shoes, that's when you discuss the stuff we're discussing. The stuff about contamination, the stuff about the contradictions, the stuff how the evidence is not lining up or doesn't make sense with what we've been told this whole time. That's the important thing, because it's not about whose face it is. It's about the fact that the justice is happening no matter who it is, because it could be you in that situation.
Right. Any one of us.
Any one of us.
Exactly.
And so I wish people would really understand that, because it's like, it ain't about one side or the other. I don't know. I'm not God. I wasn't there. I wasn't there when the person it could have been him. But when I'm looking at this stuff, I'm sorry, I have to question it. Do I question other like Chad Dorman? I don't need to question it, because it's pretty damn obvious. But when stuff isn't, and stuff is created with smoke and fog and confusion, that's when you discuss it, because it's like, no. Because if people can just look the other way when stuff like this is this obvious, if people can look the other way, imagine if that was you in that jail cell, shit was twisted around, and then everybody else is looking the other way while you're sitting there. I don't think you would like that. And yes, Love Tina, you have to question everything. You have to explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions, and then you dissect what doesn't fit. And that's what leads you to the truth. You have to question everything. So just like this vehicle picture here, I'm sorry. You can sit there and tell me all day these are the same cars, and I'm going to tell you to go check your prescription at your local store and get yourself some new glasses.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty damn obvious. It's not rocket science. Literally, you could probably give, if anybody's got children, do me a favor. If you got children, have your frickin' child come up and go, is that the same car? It's pretty obvious it's not. A child could tell you that. But it's a different light. It's not that much different. They're pretty much in the same spot. Hello. That's a big difference between this and this, because if it was the same car, it would be just shades difference, not this complete difference. It's not happening. And you can't tell me it's the street light, because the front of the vehicle would be a different color than the rear of the vehicle when it comes to the shade. It ain't happening.
Yeah. And that
It
light
ain't happening.
source in the back, CJ, what a big point, I mean, you're right, we have to explore this, because this could be anybody that this is happening to. I mean, this is a capital case, and these crimes were horrible. Don't we want to make sure that the sole and the correct defendant has been behind bars, and it's not someone else running around who might do this again to somebody else's child, brother, sister, cousin, friend?
Mm-hmm.
We have an obligation. That's it. That's how this country was set up.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
It could be any one of us. It really could. And that's why, if I can find it, hold on. I have so many photos up here. And that's why at this point, this is what I'm going to be going with, right here. Because it's obviously not the Elantra. There is no continuous light source, so I don't care how many pictures at night you can see it for yourself. That's what I don't understand with these pictures at night. As you can see, there's no continuous light source, so you're really just sending more proof. You're really just sending more proof that there's no continuous light source. And when this is what people need to focus on. It's not the left of the taillight, it's the right. And if you're going to tell me that an Elantra taillight is going to stretch that far to make that be a I don't know what to tell you. Because that would be, listen, if you're telling me that this taillight is, this is how idiotic this sounds, okay? If you're telling me the Elantra headlight is stretched out taillight, if you're telling me the Elantra taillight is stretched out this big, well, then why isn't the rest of the vehicle stretched? It's not. And if you're going to tell me that a taillight is this big compared to the window of the vehicle, well, son of a bitch, that's a huge taillight. That's a huge taillight. If you can sit there and say that this is a taillight, compare that to the window. And it's not a stretch, because if it was a stretch, then the stretch would go downward. It would be at an angle because the car's going at a certain angle as well. This right here is damn near going straight across. So that's why when you're looking at, see right here, you got the tail light, and then you have the light source coming up and coming across. You have the light source continuing from the tail light. So that's why when it comes to this vehicle, that's what I think it is. You have the tail light. It goes across on top. On the bottom, it comes up and goes across. And when you're looking at the illumination of that tail light, let me see here. You got... So this is a better picture at night too. All right. So add some, you see what I'm saying? So this is a regular photo. So add the grainy, right? Add the grainy to the security camera. Add the grainy and all that. Now what would you see? These lights would blend together. But when you're looking at this and you're seeing somebody hit their brakes, this right here would give you, see how it comes up, drops down a second, goes straight. This one comes around, goes up, and then goes like this. So when you're looking at this photo, you add that grainy to it. But then you also look at the shape. It's going to illuminate together. And then you look at, it's the same shape as that tail light of a Dodge Dart. This car right here. That's the car that I think is the car that's leaving the scene of the crime. Now, the Nissan Sentra, I just went off their own description from the very beginning. But as we start to dig into it, because I could see the chrome reflecting. Listen, they're the ones that come up with the Nissan Sentra 2019 to 2023. But as we started to get into the different vehicles, and I'm looking at different vehicles, and I'm going through different vehicles, and then I get this one from Sea Dog. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. The window matches, because that's a lot of the issue that I've been seeing with when it comes to all of this criteria that has to match. There's different criteria that have to match it. And that's what's excluding a lot of these. But this right here gives you that triangle window, like I show you. And then it gives you that continuous, and also gives you the scoop up until it gets skinny, just like that other light source. It's coming here, and then it comes up and gets skinny going across. And that is what you see right here. Here's this. It comes up and gets skinny, goes damn near straight across. It basically copies these taillights. So, and I'm going to be digging through my footage. I'm not only going to be looking out for the Sentra, but I'm also going to be looking for the Dodge Dart. And I'm going to be scanning all of my footage that I have, because I want to see if I can find either of these vehicles in that footage from the year anniversary when I went there. Yeah, you can tell which car's white. Right? Exactly. Like I said, show it to your kids. I'm sure they'll be able to tell you. It's not too hard to see the difference. And then again, here's the Nissan Sentra, and then here's the Hyundai Elantra. This is Brian Koberger's exact model too. And I'm sorry, a license plate light is not going to give you that continuous light source. It's not going to. There's no way. You may see 3 separate lights. You may see bright, skinny light source, bright light source, skinny light source, bright light source, but you're not seeing the continuous light source that is being shown right here. It's completely different. So when you're looking at this 2015 Koberger's exact model, there's no light source coming from this right here. In fact, it curves down. When you look at the Sentra, this is why I think they went with the Sentra, because you got the oval look to it, and that light goes continuously across if it's reflecting off of that chrome strip. But the more that I look into it, the more this looks like a continuous light, because it all has the same brightness except for right here, which would be the most illuminated part of that tail light. Because when you're looking at this photo, look at where most of the bright star, sunbursts are coming from. It's coming from this area, but you're still getting a similar light going all the way across. I really feel like the vehicle is the Dodge Dart. This one right here.
CJ, you make a good case. I mean, there's nothing to argue with that. It's solid. That's a solid theory. I can follow along, and I'm not a car person. This is good. This is great work.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All I know is that those vehicles ain't the same. They are not the same vehicle. Yeah, well, there's Charger and then there's a Dodge Dart. I'm not saying Charger because I feel like the car would be a little longer than what it is. But I'm going to start, like I said, I'm going to start going through. I've been really sick the last couple days. And like after my show today, I literally, I said hi in your stream for a little bit at one point, and I had to get rest because I shouldn't even done my show this morning, but I wanted to get Rosie's opinion on a lot of this stuff, and she's in a different time zone, so I wanted to make sure that we could do a show. And so I'm not sure if I'm going to get a bunch of rest in the morning or what. If I feel better, I'm definitely going to be digging into more stuff, and I'm going to try and get the photos to where you'll be able to see it with the same angle, the same, because I really want to dig into it more in that area now, because I really feel like that's the vehicle, and I think we can get that to kind of go side by side and give you a side by side of it, and kind of show you, like, when you can see both of the vehicles like this, you can really, a lot of the stuff will start to stick out to you as well. But yeah, I am going to be going more into this, and then, like I said, I'm going to be doing some videos with members where I'm digging into my footage, because I really feel like I said, when I was there, and I, a lot of when I'm boots on the ground and I'm out on location and I'm doing the different things that I'm doing, I have to rely a lot on my vibes, my what is the word? It's like a sense, you know what I mean? Like, it's like having eyes in all the world. When you're out there by yourself, you have to have your senses way up. And when I was there, especially at the vigil, I was like, man, I really feel like this person's here. And this was in 2023, before a lot of this other stuff came out, a lot of these other questions and all this other stuff. And while I was there, I was just like, man, I feel like I really felt like, because of how dark it was, in the vibe and the feeling, I really thought that, like, somebody was going to get attacked there when I was there. Because I was like thinking to myself, okay, where would I go? What would I do? It was kind of one of those things where it's like I'm preparing any situation, that way if something does happen, I'm not reacting off of emotion, which you normally make mistakes. I'm reacting off of, okay, I've already thought about this already, just focus, and I did feel that. So we'll see, though. Oh, whoo, what a late night. Escape routes. What? No, not necessarily. No, because I'm one that if somebody was getting attacked, I would be the one to sacrifice my life, because I've already lived. I've done. That's why I do what I'm doing right now, is I go to other communities to help, because I've already done the things in my life. And it's one of these things where it's like, I've done all of this stuff, and it's about helping others, and I would definitely lay my life down to protect somebody else. So it's not necessarily escape routes, it's more of maneuvering and being prepared of my surroundings. So when I have to react, I'm not reacting based off of emotion. I'm reacting because I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like, I learned it as a little kid when I started playing AAU basketball in 3rd grade, where we traveled up until the later middle school years. And one of the first things that I was always taught was the drill of being at the free throw line, putting yourself down by 1, and trying to make sure that you win. There's 1 second left on the shot clock. You're down by 1 point, and you got to sink both free throws to win. And it's something that from back then, and that's you constantly, I had to put myself in situations, whether it was this one or that one or this one. And that's where I learned a lot of it from, was from the basketball, was having to put myself in situations up here. So when I was out on the court and something happened, I wasn't trying to think. I already had it in my head, and it was like, there was no, like no stress. Everything's calm. You're collected. You're thinking clearly. And so when it comes to like that, it's just like when I was in school, I would see somebody get bullied, especially if it was a woman getting bullied by a dude. But even if another dude was bullying another dude, I would step in that shit. Especially if it was a female. Like there'd be dudes at school that would be sitting there bullying girls, and I'd throw their ass up against the fucking wall and start bailing on, like, going at it, because it's like, no, there's too many pieces of shit that live on this planet, and if I gotta be the one to make somebody not be a piece of shit, then I'll do it. It's just the nature. So it's not running. I wouldn't run at all. I would actually go to it and try and protect them, because I'm pretty much, offspring are out creating their own path in life. You know what I'm saying? Their own families, their own path. I'm by myself. It's just me now. And it's one of these things where it's like, I have this time to offer. You know what I'm saying? I spent most of my life, and it was all about, but now that, it's kind of a different, it's that, even though I'm not a grandpa, it's, it's that kind of, that zone now where it's like, hey, I can go out and help these communities and help these people and try and help make a difference out there. Because with any of these cases, even the stuff that we've done for, like, again, happy birthday, Micah Miller, even the stuff that we did for Micah, it's just about trying to make sure that families, it's about the victims, the families, and communities. It's, and I have the opportunity and the time to be able to do it, and so that's what I want to do. Because again, if you put yourself in somebody else's shoes and you flip the roles, it would be nice if somebody would do it for you too. And so it's just that pay it forward energy. That energy that's out there in this world is so ugly. Most of it is just ugly as hell. And I want to be part of that energy that tries to make the world, we're supposed to appreciate the gift of life, and it's kind of hard to appreciate it when there's all that negativity and muck around. And so you can't have a change, you can't have a difference if there's not people that are contributing to that. And so I just try to do my part, and hopefully one day, instead of the world being mostly ugly, it can be mostly lovely, and that's just important to me. So
Yeah. I remember way back, I was just somebody in your chat, and I've been with you for the ride, and it's been really cool to see you grow into this and all the different things that you've learned, and this amazing footage, and just the things that you've been able to do. It really does make an impact on several communities. Not even, like, even in addition to the communities, like, on the ground where you are with the families, but, the YouTube community and people in chat, and, like, it's just really cool to see you do what you do. So thank you.
I appreciate it. It's one of the things, I was always about the peace, positivity, and progress from the beginning. And that's one of the reasons even why we booted somebody out tonight, because really you could like blue You can like red and she can like green, but guess what? As long as everybody's respectful and it's about the peace and positivity and progress, because we can all disagree. We all don't have the favorite, our movies aren't the same favorite movie. Our food isn't the same favorite food. But the thing is we have to treat each other with respect, and that's where the progress comes from, because we're all unique in our own way. So if everybody liked the same thing and agreed the same way, then it would be really fucking boring. But that's the beautiful thing about free will in life, is that you can have difference of opinions, but the thing is you don't have to be an asshole or a shitbag about it. You can still be cool. You know what I mean? We can still be cool, and that's where you get the progress from. So if you're one of those souls that's about the bullshit, that's about the nasty shit, that's about the bitching, that's about all this, well, guess what? You can go hang out in that boat, because this boat is about peace, love, and progress, and we can't have progress unless we all do it together. And I don't even care to hang out with those people, because they're already not on the same path as me. Because if I can have an opinion and I respect yours in chat or on panel, even though I may not agree, I still respect it and we still discuss it, and it's all beautiful and love. But when somebody's approaching you with nasty and shitty and attitude, and it's like, yo, it's just like this photo. I already know that it ain't the same color of car. So we could just move the fuck on, because I don't have that time. I don't have that time to be dealing with dumbass fucking people. I have the time to deal with the people that are willing to give me what I give them in return, and that's effort, and that's dedication, and that's love, and that's respect, even if we agree. And so that's been the most important part. And ever since I started the show, that was the main thing that I've always held on to, because when I started this show, I was in a depression, because it was going, COVID, 2 years of being restricted and locked down. I was by myself. I couldn't travel nowhere, because you couldn't even travel anywhere. If I got COVID outside of my job, I would have got, they would have let you go, because if you can't test negative in 2 weeks, well, then you ain't getting paid. And I lived by myself, and I couldn't do that. Right. I couldn't, if I didn't get paid for 3 weeks, good luck. It would have started a downward spiral. So I was literally locked in by myself for 2 freaking years. And I was like, I got to do something. And I needed that peace, and I needed that positivity, and I needed the progress, because of what the depression that I got from COVID. And so when I started the show, that's why, you see all these people out here on YouTube, and they'll sit there and they'll take your $5, or they'll take your $10 and allow you to treat people in their community like shit. And I always said, I ain't like that. That ain't me. Listen, you can keep your $5 and you can go be shitty to somebody else, because I'm not even going to allow it in here. And it's important, because I want to protect you all, because of what you all have done for me. Because of what you've done for me when I started the show, I was able to get out of that depression. I wasn't feeling alone anymore. I wasn't feeling isolated, even though I was still dealing with COVID lockdowns when I started it, or the remainder effects of it. I could still have interaction. I could still have great conversations. I could sit here, it's like when we're sitting here, it's like we could be sitting on a porch just chit-chatting, drinking tea. And that's the beautiful thing about it. And so I took two things. I took the fact that I couldn't go out as much, and then I needed the interaction. And so this was a beautiful thing. And this show, when I started it, lifted me out of that depression. And so that's why I wanted to protect the peace, positivity, and progress so much when it comes to this community, because I know it can do the same to you. And I've had plenty of people reach out over the last couple years and tell me thank you so much, because it did make a change in my soul. I wasn't going out being in a shitty mood all day. I couldn't wait to get home, and I couldn't wait to spend time with people that love and respect and are just, yes, we're about the facts and the truth, but at the same time we're about being together and being like family, and so it's always been very important. It'll always be very important, and it'll never change. It'll never change, and there's some people that get upset and don't like it, and that's okay. I don't care, because the only people I care about is the family and the people that are seeing what I offer and the effort that I give to them, and they are extending that in return. And those are the people that really mean the most to me. Yeah, I didn't hang
so
out
well
before.
said.
I didn't really hang out on YouTube that much before COVID. But it's true. And that's why, that's why you can have people in here the night before being totally fine, and then you have people in here today being a shitbag. That's fine. Go, move on. Like, we don't need to be, there's plenty of people out there. You know what I'm saying? That's why you never should settle for anybody. There's plenty of people out there. If somebody doesn't want to treat you right, there's plenty of people out there that will treat you right. Just like here in the community, if there's people that come in and don't want to treat you right, you can move the fuck on, because there's plenty other people out there that will treat me and the community with respect and with the same kind of effort and love that we extend to you. Tonight was a perfect example. You saw the love and respect that I was extending, even though it wasn't getting returned to me. It is what it is. It is what it is. Live life with no regrets. Give everybody everything that you can and even more. Don't expect anything less than 100 in return, because if you give somebody more of yourself and it doesn't want to make them return that favor, they ain't for you. And that's whether it's a friend, a job, or a relationship. They ain't for you. Because the people that are really there for you are going to be the ones that go, damn, look at this effort. Damn, look at this love. Damn, look at this respect. I have no choice but to. Those are the good souls. The other people, they can go kick rocks, because they're going to kick rocks anyway for the rest of their lives, because that's what's in their soul already. There's a lot of ugly out there, and there's a lot of good souls, and sometimes it takes some of those good souls to go, damn, look at what the effort that I feel that too. You start to see people's souls blossom in front of you because of the energy and the effort that you extend. And that's the extra that you get back in return. And there's nothing more beautiful than two soul flowers being blossom, creating that garden, and the smell of love. It's beautiful. And we're not here that long, and I'm not trying to fight with people. I'm not trying to fight with people on my last day. My last day, it could be tonight. And my last day would be given everything that I could give. Whether that's love, respect, dedication, whether it's digging into this stuff, talking about, let's talk about all of these different things. As long as you give what you can give, you can literally be on your deathbed tomorrow and be like, I have no regrets. And that's what I've tried. That's what I've always tried to do, because I'm afraid I've always been afraid when somebody will get on their deathbed, man, I wish I woulda, I wish I shoulda, I wish I coulda. I don't want to be that way. If I'm on my deathbed, I want to sit there and go, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
That's so nice. It's a great way to be.
There's not enough of it in this world. You see all the ugly that exists out there, even on YouTube. You see all the ugly. You see the ego, the ugly. And it's the majority, unfortunately. As time goes on, you see it gets more and more and more of the ugly and nasty and ego. And that's why I consider people that are about this, I consider them diamonds, because really, you're under an immense amount of pressure, and you're getting squeezed so much with all that pressure, and all of a sudden you become this beautiful rare, because it's a rock just like a sand pebble. You can find 1 billion sand pebbles laying in that soil, but you find that one diamond, and that's what makes it worth it, and that's what it's about, being a diamond. Thank you all so much. I don't know why I even went on that little spiel, but maybe it was just from
We're all diamonds. It's
the
worth it.
immaturity and ego of some people tonight, where it's like, come on now, have some Captain Crunch and just take a nap. But that didn't even work. It didn't
Yeah.
even work. It didn't even work. You see what I'm saying? Instead of getting shitty back, I was just like, hey, go have some Captain Crunch, right?
That's so funny. Yeah.
It's whatever. Yeah. And then all of a sudden the angels went kabam, got the fly swatter out. But that's one thing. Like, that's one thing. Like, I will give you the love and all that stuff. And when it comes to the angels, that's why I say they're the pit bulls with wings, because they give the love too. But man, I tell you what, they don't fuck around after too long, because they're just they get rid of that shit quick. That's why I love them so much. So thank you, angels, for always protecting the community too. And if you ever want to thank the angels, just exclamation point ANGELS. And that's how you can thank the angels. It'll leave a little message there for them. It'll leave a little message there for them.
Wow.
It's supposed to. Did it? I don't think it did. Is it not working? It's I call them angels because when I first made the show, and I was like, I'm not Charlie, but I'm CJ, and I think it'd be cool to call them angels because they're the ones that are there to protect the peace, positivity, and progress. And so they're the angels. But I want to thank you all. I'm sure I'll be doing a show tomorrow. I'm probably going to rest up tonight, though, for the morning. So I don't know if I'll be on in the morning, but I'll definitely be back on tomorrow night. If I do feel better, I'm going to hop on, and I'll probably start digging into some of my footage that I haven't released, looking for these cars, because I really feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna see something. But yeah, so the first couple episodes I'm gonna do members, where the members will, because really I'm not gonna be doing a show. It's gonna be me digging through my footage, the footage that I've only published my PCA route. I've published. That's for everybody. There's a commentary, no commentary. Then I published my first time going to 1122. That was during the daytime. That is for members only, but everything else I've never published. And I got a ton. Basically, I recorded as soon as I got in the vehicle, or even when I wasn't in I was recording the whole time. So you're talking a week of footage nonstop, and none of it has been published. So I'm probably gonna. It'll be a show where it's for members. I'm gonna be sitting down, scanning through my footage. If I see something, then I'm gonna get my raw footage, get screenshots of my 4K, so I can zoom in and have that clarity. And then I'm just basically gonna be sitting there digging through my footage. And so if anybody might see something that I don't see while we're doing it, or hey, point this out, look at this, stuff like that. So it's not going to be like we're going through articles and all this other stuff. It's basically just going to be digging through my raw footage. starting off with the neighborhood because I got to see these cars. I need to zoom in. I need to dig through it and sift it out, you know. And I got a lot of footage to do that, and then I'm gonna branch it out, you know, to the other areas. But it's all gonna be focused on this neighborhood at first. So I'm gonna be doing that tomorrow, starting that. If not, I'll be starting it on Sunday. Because I do want to hang out tomorrow night. I don't want to have that members only. I want to do a regular show tomorrow night. And then after I do a couple members only, then I'll start digging through some of the other footage. But I want to keep the neighborhood stuff to the members. So I appreciate you guys so much. What a crazy... Man, it's late as hell already, huh? Almost 2 a.m. for you guys. And almost 1 for me. Look at Kathy. She's still hanging out. You still there, Kathy? I heard her say something a little bit ago. But thank you all so much.
Thank you for having me, CJ.
No, and thank you.
Always
and thank
a
you
good
for
time.
doing your show. Yeah, and thank you for doing your shows too about the questions and stuff that you bring up. And you got a great community too. So thank you. And Kathy, hopefully everything's okay. I know sometimes the connection kind of drops a little bit, so it could be that. But I'm going to share their guys' links. There's Kathy's YouTube also. She's got her link for the Spotify podcast there. You can click on that. She's got a podcast on Spotify. And then here's Audrey's channel. If you're not subbed up to either one of them, go sub up. They drop videos pretty much daily, don't you? You guys pretty much drop videos daily.
Yeah.
So definitely go check them out. Very informational too. They go through a lot of the documents as well. Some of the stuff that I'm not able to. But I want to say thank you all so much. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I love you guys. You guys mean everything to me. And I really enjoy the company and the peace and the love that everybody brings, and it really means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to a lot of the other people, because there's so many shows out there that are just constantly talking negative and talking shit, and it's whether it's the panel or the live chats, and there's just so much ugly out there. And so that's why it means so much to me, because it's not just about me, it's about you too. I care about you being the first one coming in here. I want you to feel comfortable, just like everybody up here too. So thank you so much for your contribution to the atmosphere, because I'm only 1/15,000th of a part of it, and we all have that equal part, and it takes all of us together to be able to have that atmosphere. So thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Love you. We'll see you tomorrow. You all have peaceful, positive night. Audrey, Kathy, thank you again so much. Be safe, and we will see you.
Thank you.
On the next live. Love you guys. Be safe.
Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there.